Sarah Schweiderson has become a member. Miguel Reyes has become a member. Hai Truong has become a member. Nathan Pena has become a member. Tim J. Drury has become a member. Saab Shogul has become a member on Extra.
1991. Birds and people are living together in seemingly perfect harmony, until one day a young man catches fire. This is Phoenix.
It's Showtime, NVIDIA to the moon. Everybody copy and paste, make some noise in the chat. Let's go. Showtime just moments away. Tap the like button, tap the share button, copy and paste over and over again in the chat. Is NVIDIA going to beat tonight? Are we in with NVIDIA? Let's go. Our aim is to provide the best, most honest, most live, most entertaining presentation in the world for NVIDIA earnings. Tap the like button, tap the share button, let the world know NVIDIA to the moon is happening live, right now, right here. Showtime just 1 minute away. NVIDIA started to rise the moment we pumped up the music. That's a coincidence.
Phoenix, you burst in a fire, burn, a thirst and desire. You transform it up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes. Phoenix, you burst in a fire, burn, a thirst and desire. You transform it up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to Martyn Lucas Investor. It's great to be with you here for a very, very special live event. Hopefully, it wasn't lost on you, but you may have noticed at exactly the moment we started playing the music, NVIDIA started to pump up. Did anybody notice that? That may just be a coincidence. That's all we're going to say. Shall we just say it like that? Let's leave it like that. Anyway, if you noticed that, put in the chat, yes, you noticed, and tap the like button. Very, very exciting night tonight. We have got the best live presentation of NVIDIA on planet Earth. No one in the world is going to bring you a better presentation than we are going to bring you tonight. Special guests, live phone-in, We have the very special event itself, the earnings itself, delivered in the highest quality audio, the highest quality visuals, which will then be enhanced even further and given to you later on as its own video as well. We are the #1 community in the world for NVIDIA, despite we are a very, very small family, just 33,000 subscribers. And I want to share something with you as we build up to the earnings. I'm very, very proud of this. If you type in NVIDIA earnings into YouTube, incognito, you will see this. I will share with you on the screen. Look at this. This is NVIDIA. And what you see is you see a channel here with 268,000 subscribers. They're above me. 500,000, this is a TV show, live trading, 500,000 subscribers, they're above me. Yahoo Finance with 1.25 million subscribers, they're above me. Bloomberg with over 2 million subscribers, they're above us. And there's one more here.
£10 through a super chat.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, grab your drinks, fasten your seatbelts, munch on your popcorn. Don't forget about the music channel and let's all enjoy the greatest show on YouTube. Party Popper, Party Popper, Party Popper.
Thank you very much indeed. And then we have Charles Schwab with 133,000 subscribers. And there we are, our tiny little channel with just 33,000 subscribers. There we are, 5th from the top of live streaming events now for NVIDIA. We beat CNBC. How cool is that? And they've got 3.5 million. So we are a very, very passionate audience. We care about our investors. We care about our viewers. And we are tiny. So in comparison to all the million channel subscribers, we're 5th from the top, which in engagement terms would make us by far the most successful channel for NVIDIA. I want to thank everyone today who's taken part and helped us support this event. Now, tonight, we are expecting NVIDIA to beat earnings. We are going to show you lots and lots of information. Best place in the world to be. We're going to share with you a full back test, how this compares to the S&P, should you wish to do that. We're also going to take a look at the charts. We have a special...
Cameron Griffin donated $2 through a super chat. I agree, Vaz.
Thank you so much indeed for that. Hopefully, we're going to have a special guest phone in later on and give us some very good chart reading. We also have Sensei on standby for the Sunday show to help you trade this next week after it settles down. So there's a special show for that. We're going to give you the link for that. We're going to go through the latest ratings on Seeking Alpha. If you want my Seeking Alpha link, I'm going to give you that to you now in the chat. Here it comes. All right, there we go. We're also going to cover some of the latest news and the FUD that's being spread around today. Lots of people trying to sell stories, sell doom and gloom on YouTube today. We're also here today. We've got a couple of very special things to do. We have a sponsor. We don't have any corporate sponsors. These are just our members. And this is one of our members here, Charlotte May Weddings. No one can buy themselves into my channel. These are just our members, sponsor members, $99. So click on Charlotte Weddings. That would be great. Just help them rank and become the #1 in the world for weddings. This guy here, Rick McGrath, he's just asked me to help this charity here as a really great worthwhile cause, and he has decided to spend $99, one of my members, to become a member here on the channel so we could promote and help the world learn about his charity. So you don't have to give to the charity, you don't have to buy anything, do anything, download anything, but one of our members, Rick McGrath, is a sponsor of tonight's show, and he'd love if we could all subscribe to his YouTube channel. That way you'll all learn about his charity. He's got 3 subscribers right now. He's a charity. He's helping people. He's adopted a family. He's trying to help them fix their home and all the rest of it. Absolutely wonderful. He doesn't need money from you, of course, that'd be great, but he just wants you to click on this so everybody will learn about his cause. He's got 3 subscribers right now. We will come back and see if we can get him up from 3. All right, we'll come back in a few moments. We're also going to be looking at We're also going to be looking at, of course, we've got the NVIDIA bar chart and the basic information. We're waiting for the figures to come in. This is the official earnings for NVIDIA. We're going to stream that to you in enhanced audio and visuals. Also, this is the sort of stuff that's going around today. Tom Nash with over 300,000 subscribers, supported, of course, by Meet Kevin today. It's no surprise. Meet Kevin said, check this guy out today. And he was predicting doom and gloom, and of course using the words WTF. We all know what that stands for. Trying to say everything's going to go down 20-30% just so those can buy it back. All of this nonsense. We're going to debunk all of that. I'm also going to cover some news here. I've got some reactionary news here to Squawk on the Street, what they just said, what CNBC just said, Squawk picks as well. I'm going to react to all of this for you. We also have some information from Yahoo. I want to react to all of that. Now, also, this is another wonderful thing. Let me just come back and see how many are still watching with me. I just want to keep my eye on everything for the moment. I'm monitoring 16 screens tonight. That's going to be a very, very big night. That's why I'm wearing a gold jacket. We're making gold tonight. Okay. Now, as well as all of us making money today, please do tap the like button. If we get over 100, YouTube will suggest it out. But tonight we're going for 1,000 likes. So tap the like button, guys. Click the share button. And we want to compete tonight against CNBC, Bloomberg, and all of those channels that are constantly saying the markets are going down 60%. You've heard all my songs about it. It gets a bit ridiculous, but it sells them videos, and I hate that sort of stuff. So we want to try and put an end to all that nonsense. One other thing that I would like to do, as you know, we've got some time here before the bell goes. We've got time here before the earnings are delivered. In fact, the earnings will be delivered in 45 minutes. We'll have the news. We'll bring it to you live. We'll see how the market reacts. We've got the live phone in. I'll share that with you in a moment. I want to be able to do something for others as well. Now, this is very, very important to me. As you know, I've done lots of fundraisers in the past, and I'm trying to raise millions of dollars for my charities. Your charities. You can pick. Every Friday night on my music channel, I was voted by Elton John as the world piano man. You may have seen me. I've got my own Vegas show. I've had my own West End show. You may have seen it. But this is our show on Friday. On Friday, on the closing bell, we do price, prediction, and party. So 2 hours of predicting the stocks for next week. 2 hours, no ads. I turn all the ads off. It's my gift to you. And then we go into a crazy party. And we get drunk, we have a laugh, and all the rest of it. Here is this Friday's event. It's going to be dedicated to NVIDIA. Lots of NVIDIA references, NVIDIA music, and all the rest of it, okay? If you're wondering what that's all about, click on that link. Now, what I'm asking you to do is we have got currently 6,200 subscribers on the music channel, on the party channel. If we get to 10,000 subscribers, YouTube will turn on charitable giving. They allow me to do my concerts, my sponsorship, my ad revenue, my super chats, everything goes directly to your registered charity. The show, the event, the video, whatever, will be linked directly to your registered charity. You can ask me to do any charity that's registered, and I will do it for you. So if you could all help me, click subscribe. It will show your name on the screen if you are a public subscriber, and this number here will go up. Let me share with you on the screen. It says 6,200 at the moment. As soon as we get to 10,000, it turns on charitable giving, and I will do infinite amount of charitable fundraiser concerts, your concerts for you, whatever you want me to do. Let's do some good here today, and it'll be great. So I will see that roll round the moment you start clicking on it, and let's see if we can get that. That's every 10. So that's 6,200. So every 10, you'll see it go 6.2, 3, whatever. Let's see if we can get to 10,000 tonight. Would be amazing. So I can start doing charitable work on my music channel. Would be great. Everything is free. No fees, no credit card charges. YouTube, donate, everything. It's tax deductible. It's absolutely fantastic. So if you could all help me out with that, that would be absolutely brilliant. Okay, let's start getting ready now for our earnings. And let's go through a few predictions, go through a few reactions here this evening, and let's get ourselves ready. Thanks for all the super chats. I appreciate it. We're now up to 264 likes, which is awesome. I can't thank you enough for that. All right. So let's now do a couple reaction videos here. So earlier on, I'm not going to play this because we don't publicize this sort of nonsense. This YouTuber here, who is a YouTuber. Remember, I'm not a YouTuber at all. I just broadcast on YouTube TV. I'm the World Piano Man. I'm here to help people. That's why I go live 12 hours a day to help people. I don't make money from live shows. I make money from videos or hiring my theaters out and doing concerts, right? So this is the sort of nonsense that we get. People saying that the stock is going to go down 30, 40%. Because people watch this stuff because they get fearful. And that's why he's got nearly 500,000 subscribers, built upon negativity and FUD. So I'm not going to play it, just going to let you see it.
Pokescrow donated £5 through a super chat. All aboard the NVIDIA Fun Bus. Hopefully with a long wheelbase, unlike those weird US school buses, Martyn.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Thank you for that reference. I appreciate it. All right, let's have our first reaction today to NVIDIA. Thank you for all the subscribers that are coming in. Is that a subscriber to the music channel? Oh, extra as well. We have a whole network of channels, the extra channel behind the scenes and the music channel. This is great. If it starts getting too busy, I'll mute that. Right, let's have a listen to our first reaction. Here we go.
More on what investors need to know going into the print this evening. Seema.
Wilfred, NVIDIA's chips have empowered big tech's AI ambitions, with Microsoft, Meta, Google all planning to shell out billions of dollars in the next year on artificial intelligence. Now, when NVIDIA CEO Jen Hsun Huang speaks tonight on the earnings call, investors will want to know.
I'm going to jump in right there and share with you a leak I had today and I shared on my X, talking about how much is being spent with NVIDIA. Robert, thank you very much. This happened today. Did you see my post here? If you've not seen my post, as you know, on my X and Instagram, I've got lots of friends. I've got CEO friends. I've got friends at the hedge funders. I've got friends at Wall Street. I do a Meet the CEO series on my channel. And this was a leak that came out today. I shared it on my X. I post everything the moment I get it on my X. A lot of people give me information to share out. So here is my X account. I'm putting it in the chat right now. There's my X account. Oh, there we go, Robert. Now, Robert, you've just subscribed to my music channel. If you tell all your friends and family and anyone at work to do the same, come back to me and say, Martyn, there's 10 of us, 20 of us. We've all subscribed to your music channel. Would you do a fundraiser concert for cancer research, help the aged, save the children, whatever it might be? And the answer will be yes. And we'll raise millions of dollars for charity with no fees, no credit card costs, no charges, tax deductible for you. I will do all the work and it'll all be for free. And I'll do all your requests. Whatever you want to do, whatever charity you want, I will do it. I've made all the money I need. I just want to help people and do everything I can to do something great. So thanks to all of you who are now subscribing to the music channel. That is absolutely incredible. Right, we put this leak out earlier. Microsoft is now spending 45% of CapEx with NVIDIA. Just thought I'd share that with you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. That was a little secret message to my leak this morning, who shared that on my in my inbox. So there we go. And very, very nice to know. If you want my X, I'll give it to you again. And there's my Instagram as well if you want that. I've got a poll running at the moment. You've got minutes left to vote for it. Will NVIDIA beat or miss on earnings? I've given you my X once again. There it is. Go and vote on this poll. So far, 69% of you say it's a beat. Right, so let's come back. We don't need this anymore, do we? We're going to get rid of the nonsense. We don't want any more FUD. Let's continue with what they're saying about the spend with NVIDIA.
What he's hearing from the hyperscalers on their future spend and what that means for NVIDIA's bottom line. Plus the size and magnitude of that Blackwell delay and whether issues with its main supplier, Taiwan Semi, are starting to ease. As we know, NVIDIA is the dominant player in designing AI chips, but competition is rising. AMD...
Blackwell is not a concern. That's been spread all over YouTubers today who want to spread false information saying, oh, it's doom and gloom, there's delays in Blackwell. It's not been an issue at all, and I'm sure we're going to hear about that tonight. I'm expecting a good beat tonight, and the market could rally 10%. For me, it will rally 20% because I'm all in on margin, so it will double. I'm expecting that tonight. That's how bullish I am.
AMD's M1300 is making inroads. And in the private world, two venture-backed companies, Grok, backed by BlackRock and Cisco, Cerebras, which counts Coatue and Altimeter Capital as investors, with plans to go public this fall. CEO Andrew Feldman telling me his chip is cheaper and faster than NVIDIA's Hopper. Another potential risk is gaming. Citi analysts write that competition in gaming could drive NVIDIA stock lower if it shows that it's losing market share. Worth noting, AMD posted a 59% year-over-year drop in second quarter gaming sales, overall its weakest division. Now, in terms of price action, CNBC analyzed the performance of NVIDIA following the past 6 earnings reports and found that the average one-week return is 11.6%. Now, today may be all about NVIDIA. We are, though, keeping a very close eye on shares of Supermicro, falling after announcing that its 10K filing will be delayed one day after short seller Hindenburg came out with a report alleging accounting red flags. Guys, shares down 24%.
All right, there's just a little bit there I wanted to share with you. I've got another reaction.
NVIDIA stock has soared.
Whoops, let me just rewind that back a bit. Get out of there a second. I'll come back to that one. In fact, I don't want to use that one now. That one's done. I also have another reaction here I just want to share with you. Just before I do, though, let's come back to here and let's see how we're doing with our fundraisers tonight, shall we? Okay, we're going to look at charts. We've got phone-ins, all sorts. Let me just give you a quick preview of our phone-in. This is going to be very, very exciting tonight. Okay, we've got a 10-way party. Look at this. There you go. Can you see that on the screen? There are 10 spots here, 10 spots available. If you can see that there, look, 10 spots available all around me. We can fill all of these spaces tonight, and you can be live on the show. You can be calling in. 10 people at the same time can all be with me here in these spaces. It's members only. We will go to members only shortly, and you can call in, discuss your positions. Thank you very much.
Deutsche Mark has become a member.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So shortly, we're going to fill up all these spots here, all these 10 spots here, and you can be live on the show discussing, sharing. It's members only. We'll come to all that later on, but we've got a bit of time before we go into that. But I'm very excited about that. Let's have another reaction to this. Just as I go and check, let's see how our subscribers have moved on the music channel. Let's have a quick look. Let's have a look. Let's see if it's moved. Okay, let me go over to here. Bear with me. I've got about 16 screens open and about 300 tabs tonight. So we're extremely pushing the boundaries of everything. I've employed extra technology tonight to make all this work. So that's why I spent the whole day in the studio getting ready. All right, let me have a look. Here we go. So we've gone from 6,200 to 6,216. So we're moving. Now remember, this is your charities. All of you can tell me what charity. Oh, there's another one. There's another one. Don't forget, if you do this, I will do fundraisers for your charities. I've raised millions of dollars for charities all around the world, but now it's time to do it without any cost, any expenses for your charity, okay? So let me give you the link once again to the music channel. For some reason, I've just lost it. There we go. There it is in the chat. If you click on that, that will roll around, and we'll come back in a minute and we'll check how we're getting on. All right? Okay. Now then, we wanted to help our friend here as well. Remember I said to you, we've got a friend here who's trying to raise money, and all he wants is you to subscribe to his channel to promote it. We got 3 subscribers. We asked you to subscribe to it. This is Rick McGrath, one of our members, 54321. We've now got him up to 15. Fantastic, Rick McGrath. You've now got 15 subscribers from 3. So we gained you 12 there. Please go and have a look at his charity. That's absolutely wonderful. Thank you very much indeed. All the members are supporting you. I love it. Okay, let's carry on with our next reaction before we pick up with more with the earnings. Here we go. Let's listen to this. Here we go.
For NVIDIA from here, writing that demand for GPUs
is insatiable. He upped his price target above the street average to $145 earlier this week. Joining me now is Will Stein, analyst at Truist. Will, what's the most important thing in this report?
Yeah, I think the numbers on the quarter and the guidance are always very important for initial reactions, but I actually think it's the longer-term commentary. Jensen's very good at framing longer-term opportunities for the company, and I actually think those things can tend to be more important for the stock's move over the subsequent few trading days.
You point out that there have been some reports about the latest chip perhaps not coming out as soon or in as great a volume as some had hoped, but there's still really high demand, such high demand for NVIDIA's product in general. People will take a generation old, 2 generations old even. So how much does the, I guess the availability of Blackwells matter at all? And then just how much does it matter to sentiment if we get some color from NVIDIA that says, actually, we feel fine about this, or, actually, we've got enough, a stock of chips that people want that it's not something that you need to worry about?
I don't think this is a major worry heading into the quarter's results. I've contacted my industry contacts. My channel checks reveal no delay. So I don't know of any customer that's been told that they will have a delayed delivery. I know several customers that have product on order. I don't know any that have confirmed that the company has told them that there will be a delay. So I can't say with certainty that there's no delay, but I haven't found evidence of it. So I don't think it's likely that it's delayed. Now, if it is, does it matter? Not very much, in my opinion. And the reason is that customers' demand for GPUs from NVIDIA are insatiable now. They'll take H200. They'll even take H100. They'll take whatever NVIDIA can deliver them right now. And that's a major dynamic that's affecting the broader group of companies that address this AI need, not just NVIDIA, but there's a few others that have a similar dynamic.
Across the other stocks you cover, which do you expect to be most affected by what NVIDIA reports?
Yeah, so there's a few. One is certainly AMD. They're sort of the up-and-comer in this space. They have similar products to NVIDIA, but they don't have the same ecosystem. Another one is Broadcom. We have a buy rating on that stock. That company assists web-scale companies develop their own specialized AI chips. And then there are a couple of other off-the-run reads like Tesla, which is trying to build an AI training cloud service called Dojo that's still in the process of getting worked out. And then a more off-the-run one is a company called Monolithic Power, ticker MPWR. That company is a power management company, and these chips are needed as complementary devices to all of these AI vendors' chips.
How much volatility do you expect in NVIDIA stock action, not just when the numbers come out, but perhaps even throughout the call, even in the first day or so after earnings? I recall last couple of our earnings reports, stock wobbled after the initial numbers came out, but when Jensen got on the call, talked about the quarter, it then recovered quite nicely.
And I anticipate a sort of similar reaction. I can't so much nail down exactly what the move is going to be on the print. My understanding from reading other reports suggests that options are pricing in something on the order of a 10% move on the result, which is similar from what we've seen in the last several quarters. That sort of move wouldn't shock me in either direction. But when Jensen starts talking about these longer-term growth drivers that I think are very well intact, and NVIDIA's position in the market, which I think is also well intact as the number one supplier, I think the stock will continue to do well.
NVIDIA right now is neck and neck with Microsoft in the market cap race, to the extent that there is a market cap race. But Apple has pulled ahead. It's been pretty much all year a story of these three horses kind of trading places. To what degree should investors get used to NVIDIA being one of the most valuable companies, public companies in the market?
Yeah, we've actually written quite a lot about this. We expect NVIDIA to be at or near the top for some time. And when you think about technologies that are being developed and how over the long term, these new and exciting things, even if you go through a period of disillusionment, that longer term they wind up becoming a major part of our lives. The internet comes to mind as a similar example. Longer term, companies that have a meaningful, let's say, top position in such a market wind up having a very strong position longer term, and we think NVIDIA is like that. We'd expect them to be very large and among the stock market's most important stocks for some time to come.
All right. And we'll see how that story continues after today's earnings.
There we go. That was cool. Thank you very much indeed. Now then, I just want to do a few disclosures here. It's very, very important that everyone understands this. I only own the S&P 500 100%. The reason for this
£19.99 through a super chat.
Thank you very much indeed for your super chat. Pizza Tim, thank you very much indeed for that. The reason why I only own the S&P, which of course I own 6.7% of NVIDIA just by default, which is great, is because I interview CEOs on the show. I have a Meet the CEO series. I want to be seen as media. I'm not a YouTuber pumping and dumping stock. I'm just providing 12 hours of live stream every day to provide real information. I talk to CEOs on my X, on my Instagram. I have them on the show. I get all kinds of information to share with you. So just bear that in mind. Now, I started with $5,000 live on this show. $5,000. I'm now at $111,460. This is all the money I have in the world. I have no money in the bank. This is my bank. Robinhood is my bank. And that's what I do here, okay? I've never shorted a stock. I've never done options. I just simply buy the macro conditions when they oversell. When Meet Kevin said when World War III would break out every single day for the last 2 months. He knows nothing about history. At those moments, and Donald Trump said America would cease to exist in 48 hours when Iran first attacked Israel, and the carry trade. I was up all throughout the night trading live on air. You saw me do it, buying the dips. That's how I've got $5,000 to $111,499. I've only been on YouTube for 3 years. In the first year and a half, I earned $0, and I'm only now earning about $1,000 a month. You saw me just pay in $1,000 last month. I have no car loan, no mortgage. I've paid all my bills off first, so you know that what I'm earning, I'm investing all of it. I'm doing this purely and simply by investing, not trading, simply by investing. Now then, we've got 29 minutes to go before the bell goes. You can see we got a rally. The moment I played that music, and I'm just going to say that wasn't a coincidence. All I'm going to say is it wasn't a coincidence, right? The moment I played the music, you saw it shot up to the second. Didn't you see that? I can't make this stuff up. You saw it yourself. If you were here earlier, the moment I fired the music off, boom, NVIDIA went up, okay? All right. This is where NVIDIA stands now. The bell is going to go in 28 minutes. At that moment, or just about that moment, we'll get the figures. It'll be all over my systems. I'm looking at it in lots of different ways to try to bring you the most comprehensive information. And then, of course, we have to wait then for the call to start. Now, it's not about the numbers. It really isn't for me tonight. It's about what Jetson says going forward. That's what this is about, what he says going forward. I am an investor. I want to own NVIDIA. NVIDIA is a $200 stock easily within 12 months. No doubt about it. So I just want to own it. I don't have to buy anymore. And all of those of you that have watched the show will know I'm all in with margin. You know, I'm not buying any more shares. I've got enough shares now. I've got just actually touching now $200,000 invested. Because if you look at my Roth, my brokerage and my margin, I've got basically 200 grand invested. That's all I need to take me by the end of the decade, 6 years, to $1 million. That's it. That's all I want to achieve live on the show. I haven't got any extra goals. That's it. And that's what I intend on doing. Right. Now, in a moment, we're going to open up the phone lines so everyone, all of my members can call in. This is the phone in here. See all these spots here? These are all the spots that all of my members live can occupy, have a conversation with me, share information, ask questions, and all the rest of it. All right? So I'm going to give you now, this is members only. You can't call in unless you are a member. So let me give you the membership link. If you are If you want to call in, you have to be a member. We only charge a couple of bucks. It's not about making me money. It's about just providing a paywall so we don't have bots and scammers and trolls and people like that. Oh, hang on, I got a donation here.
Josvia Singh donated $4.99 through a super chat.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So if you want to be on the show tonight, you have to be a member. I've just given you the link in the chat. It's only a couple of bucks to be a member, a bronze level member, that is. And basically, you're supporting the live shows, and I want to give back 20 times back what you give me. That's why we have 98% of our live viewers of a regular show are members. It's the highest engagement rate of any channel on YouTube. No one has a higher engagement rate than us. In fact, many channels combined don't have an engagement rate as high as we do. Very, very proud of that. So if you are on an iOS device, which is a mobile or an iPad, you need to select desktop version of your browser, and you can do it. It's because YouTube don't want to pay a commission to iPhone, to Apple, basically. That's the reason for that. And then once you become a member, you can call in. I'm going to give you the link now and show you how you can call in. This is what you do. If you want to call in tonight, all you do on any device, it doesn't matter which device you use, you'll go to my website, which is martynlucas.com. This is my website, and you'll go to live phone-in. This page here. Okay, this page here. So let me give you the link right now. Here is the link, martynlucas.com/live. Okay, and then once I'll give it you 3 times so it stands out, because we're very busy in the chat tonight. There we go. There is the link, okay? Then you put in the password. We always use the same link. We always use the same password. You put the password in here, which is Lucasades, uppercase LUCAS, uppercase ADES 100. I will put that in the chat. Uppercase LUC, I'm not doing it wrong now. Lucasades, here we go. Lucasades 100. Let me copy that 3 times. There you go. It's in the chat. You have to be a member to call in. You put that in there, and then you call in. You have to be on camera. You have to be on camera. You can't call in if you're not on camera. So there you go. My camera will load up. There's my camera look. That's how it works. Put your name in there, and you can join. You can call into the show, and you can be on the show. Ask questions, talk to your fellow investors, and you'll be part of history, because this video will live forever on YouTube. It will never go away. All right, there you go. That's how you call in if you wish to call in. All right, I'll just close that down and come back to there again, and I'll come over here. So the phone lines are open now. You can start calling in if you want to. And you can be live on the show. We are expecting our expert chart reader and predictor, who's very, very accurate and very reliable, to call in as well. We also have the show on Sunday, so you can trade this next week, find the buy zone, sell zone, support levels, and all the rest of it. You can start calling in if you want to. This is where, and you can... I have no idea where that sound came from. But there we go. We got our first guest calling in. So what I'm going to do is, here he is. This is Fight Channel. Fight Channel already has his position. Look, you can see him on the screen already. He's already popped up automatically now. We've got that set, so that's great. Let me clear the screen. How are you this evening, Fight? How are you, mate? Are you well?
I'm good.
There's Fight Channel, ready to rock and roll on the show as well. Lovely to have you here, Fight. Thank you very much. Just down there in guest number 3. That's his favorite spot. Lovely stuff. We've got 9 more spots. If you want to call in and take a spot and be on the show, you can be on the spot. Fight Channel, you don't think that NVIDIA is going to do too well? You're expecting a sell-off, is that right?
Yeah, going to be a sell-off.
A sell-off?
Yeah.
Do you think it'll bounce back, or is it going to be doom and gloom for all NVIDIA investors?
Oh, no, it would probably sell off after earnings, and in 2 to 3 years, it's still going to go up in the next 2 to 3 years. I'm bullish on that, but I don't think earnings, because the last earning, they barely beat it by 2 cents, I believe. And if they beat it by 1 or 2 cents and saying that the new chip might not come out for a while, who knows what's going to be happening here? It's what they say after it's more about the guidance than about beating or missing earnings. They were going to beat earnings, but I think it's the guidance they're going to Take it.
Okay.
They need to sell off anyways.
Okay. Well, you stand by right there, and I'll be back to you in a moment, or you can hang up or call back. Your line is open now, so you can always jump straight back into your spot. Thank you for calling in, and we're going to speak to you more, and we'll get everybody else to join you as well. That's Fight Channel, one of our regular members, investors. Great to have you here, Fight. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Stand by, or you can hang up, whatever's best, whatever's easiest for you. All right, now then, let's go through some more information. I've got some more reaction here. Now, I wanted to check how the music channel is getting on. So let me just go through and have a look, see if it rolled round. 6,217. No more. Okay, let me give you the link again then. Here's the music channel. Everybody, please. We have got, how many have we got now? Nearly 1,000 people watching us live. I'm trying to raise millions of dollars for charity. Your charities. You can choose. I've just got to get my music channel. I was voted by Elton John as the world piano man. I've raised lots of money in the past in person, but now I want to raise it without costs, without fees, without credit card charges and everything else, and I'll do it for you. I'll work for you as much as you want. I don't get any benefit out of it other than the fun of seeing it happen. If you click subscribe now to my music channel, you can turn off notifications. There we go. There's another one. You can turn off notifications. You don't have to be notified when I do my concerts or do my music. Just help me get to 10,000 so I can turn on charitable giving. It links to YouTube, your favorite charity link, so we can raise money. And if you do it and you tell your friends you've done it, look at that. Awesome. Please come back to me and say, Martyn, we all subscribe to you. Would you please, wow, look at it moving now. Would you, bloody hell, this is great. Would you please do a fundraiser for us for Save the Children, Help the Aged, whatever it might be. I will do it for you. I will do it every night of the week. I don't care. I just love doing it. And I want to see as many charities. I want to raise, I've raised millions in the past in person, but I now in theaters and hiring out venues, but I want to do this now online so it's much more cost effective. YouTube turn on a service called charitable giving where there are no fees, no credit card charges. You can even claim back if you donate. All my ad revenue, sponsorship, it'll all go. This is amazing tonight. Fight, can you see all this? I'm sure you're watching it. Yes, he's nodding. Look at that, rolling around. Absolutely great. Once we get to 10,000, they'll turn it on and I can raise infinite amount of money. Please then come back to me and this is amazing. Then come back to me and say, you know, we want a charity. Tell all your friends at work, your business, because what I'll do, I will do a fundraiser in your name. So if you've got like 30, 40, 50 people to subscribe to the channel from your work, say, hey, everybody at Tesla subscribe to you. So in our name, would you raise money for all of those in the war in Ukraine? And I'll do it. As long as it's a registered charity linked to YouTube, I can do it. So every single person now should click on this. Every single person. And hopefully we can get to 10,000 subscribers. I got nearly 34,000 on the investment channel. So anyway, I'll come back to that in a bit. That's amazing. I cannot believe how much that's going around. Thank you so much. Again, I don't get anything out of it. It's not for me. It's for the benefit of helping others. It just gives me huge pleasure to do that. Right, we've got just under 15 minutes to go, and we should get the earnings straight through. I just want to come back quickly to Fight Channel. Fight, can you believe? Because you've been following the channel for 3 years. Look tonight, how many people are subscribing to the music channel? Isn't it great, mate?
That's amazing. Keep hitting that like button. Hit subscribing to that button.
I know it's really exciting. It gives me so much excitement to be able to do this. I just love it. I love it. We're nearly at 1,000 now. We're 797 watching us live. I wonder if we'll get to 1,000 tonight. We do have. Yeah, I know it's pretty exciting, isn't it? If you want to join Fight Channel, all these blue spots are your spots to be on the show. The phone line is open. I will give you the link. If you want to phone in right now, you can call in. Here is the link. It's martynlucas.com/live. You can be live on the show. You can have your say and be part of it. Let me give you the link. There's a link 3 times. Here's the password. Doesn't require any software whatsoever. I'll give it you 3 times. There you go. You have to be a member. I won't admit anyone that I don't recognize that's not a member, just so we don't anyone, coming on doing daft stuff. But there we go. We don't want daft stuff, do we, Fight?
No. Here's one comment. Bull tattoo. NVIDIA going to 60 share. Don't shoot the messenger. It's not going down to 60.
Flipping heck. How about that? I don't see any of that. Anyway,
I can see it go down to 110, maybe 100, like it did in beginning of August.
You think? Well, if it does that, it might take the S&P down to my low, and if it does, I will use more margin because it will bounce right back up again. Right. I'm all in. I'm ready. I don't see it happening, but I'm equipped with another 80 grand if I needed to. I mean, I can't see that happening, but we shall see. Anyway, standby fight. Thanks for being part of the show tonight. If anybody else wants to call in, your spot is open for you. NVIDIA, just a few moments away now before we get the numbers. If you want to call in, the phone line is open. Just tap on that link, be in tonight's show, take your place in history and be part of it. So while we're waiting, let me just have a quick look and see how we're doing with everything. Let me just do a quick check. We've got 848, 861. We're nearly at 1,000 now. This is absolutely fantastic. Oh, there we go. Nathan Penner. Nathan, are you one of my members? Yes, you are. Nathan, you need to be on camera. You need to be on camera. I'm going to give you guest spot number. Where shall I put him? Number. I'll put you next to. I'll put you on the opposite side of fight. I'll put you in 2. You're not on. Oh, there you are. You are on camera. Fantastic. Here's Nathan Penner. You've got a guest now in the house. Let me bring him on. This is our next guest has just come on in. Very, very exciting indeed. Nathan Penner. Let me clear the tickers. How are you, Nathan? Lovely to have you here. Are you well this evening?
Yeah, doing really good. I'm excited for this show. It's crazy.
It's lovely to have you on the show. Where are you calling in from?
Just outside of Houston, Texas. So not too far.
Just down the road from
me. You're in Dallas.
Mate.
Yeah, you're in Dallas.
I'm in Dallas. Lovely to have you here. Are you an NVIDIA investor? Or a trader?
I'm trying to invest in them. I mentioned it earlier this Monday. I went in on a trade for Tesla and it just plummeted. So I'm waiting for it to come back out so I can then go invest into NVIDIA. So
well,
that's kind of
I've got huge worries and concerns for Tesla. And the reason why I've explained this, again, I have friends on X and friends on Instagram from the companies that give me some great information. And I'm going to share with you now. I've shared this on my show. I've shared this on my X. People that think they're investing in Tesla because they're going to get robo-taxis and they're going to be able to turn their car on and start earning 100 grand a year, and they price that into their valuations, is very, very much mistaken. This is in fact what's going to happen. When the robo-taxi comes out, and of course it's already been delayed, when it comes out, it'll be a small fleet by Tesla, Apple, Amazon, a few large companies like that, because they can afford the litigation, the paperwork, the processing to run it all. The average man on the street will not be getting a robo-taxi. It could be for a couple of years, right? That's number one. When he does get it, however, and I'm going to put this to you, if everybody got a Tesla robo-taxi tomorrow and they all turned it on, what would happen? It would flood the market. There'd be available Teslas everywhere for hire, essentially. A bit like when Uber first started and then the price comes down. People aren't going to earn the money. Oh, let me read this out.
Hensley donated $5 through a super chat. Here's to Binky Bonk, Martyn Lucas and family's future self-made crypto.
Yes.
Smiley face.
Yes, I'm going to have my own crypto coin. It'll be the best crypto coin ever. And I've explained why. I've explained why my crypto coin will be the best ever. But, we've got another caller calling in. Monty George. Monty George, you need to be a member. Monty George. So you need to go into the chat before I admit you in. I need to see your name, Monty George, in the chat with a badge next to your name. I can't let you in unless you are a member. So Monty George, go into the chat. Let me see a comment next to your name, Monty George, and a badge, so I know you're a member, and then I can bring you in. I don't know you're a member. We only let members call in. It's a member's perk for security reasons, obviously, right? Coming back to you, Nathan. So I don't think, in fact, I know not everybody is going to get a robotaxi straight away. It's going to be years away. And then when they do, people aren't going to earn what they think they're going to earn, because if they were available on every street corner, obviously, it's not going to earn the money you think it is, because the price will come down because there'll be so many just sitting around waiting to be used. That's the first thing. So a lot of people who are buying Tesla shares thinking that robo-taxi is around the corner and we're all going to earn 100 grand. It's just not going to happen. And that's where I think Tesla could fall a long way, even though I'm a bull on Tesla. However, Elon Musk has done a lot of damage recently. I don't know if you know this, if you've been following the show. Years ago, I was running in the election. Like in America, you have senators. In England, we have MPs, and I would have been a member of Parliament. So I would have been sitting in the Senate, sitting in the House. So I've got lots of friends in the government in the UK, and I can tell you, after Elon Musk's recent response when he weighed in on X about all of the when all the rioting was going on in the UK, and he was talking to the Prime Minister, saying England's on the edge of civil war and all this stuff. A lot of people in Europe and England are very anti-Elon Musk now. A lot of damage is being caused to Tesla. Tesla is a wonderful business, great product, great everything, but it's a real shame because it just does seem that Elon Musk is doing damage. Do you agree with any of that at all? I'm just checking. Moni, I can't let you in because you're not a member. You need to become a member. Let me give you the membership link. There it is. I can see you in my phone call, but in the chat it says you are not a member. Moni George just says hi. So Nathan, just come back to me. What do you think about that with Tesla?
I was kind of thinking about the robotaxi being far out too, but I heard that Waymo just released, they're doing stuff in Phoenix, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. So it seemed like maybe it's sooner than I thought. So that was one thing. But then as far as Elon Musk doing damage, that's one of those factors that is a wild card. You don't know
exactly.
He's a big figure.
He's a great guy. What his work ethic, his skill, his knowledge, he's absolutely fantastic. But at the end of the day, should he be the CEO of the company? I think you need a Tim Cook. You need someone like that to run the business, to be the face of the business. We've got another caller in, Florida Boy Survival. Florida Boy, can you go in the chat, please? I need to confirm whether you are a member or not. Just give me a comment in the chat, Florida Boy Survival, and I know I can. Once I know you're a member, I will bring you in. Is he a member? Fight?
I think so.
Yes, he is. I am a member. There we go. Let me give him a spot. I'll give him guest spot number. Pick a number. What shall I say, Fight? 7?
I don't care.
Stick him right at the top. You don't care. There he is. Right up the top there. How are you, mate? Can you hear me? No, you can hear me, but you can't speak. That's absolutely fine. I can see you. We can hear you. Wonderful stuff indeed. Right. Also, stand by as I'm going to go back over to the main screen. You can call back in, stay where you are. It's entirely up to you. All right. Lovely if you stay with me. It's up to you. We've got lots to talk about as we get the numbers out. We're just moments away now. I'm going to do some more reaction as we get there. Now then, let me just quickly bring up on the screen a couple of things. Have you tapped the like button yet? We are at 383, 995 watching. We are 5 away from 1,000 people watching. That's an all-time record for me, and I'm very, very excited about it. I have to say, I'm a little bit excited. It's pretty cool. I love this. 996. Right. Let's go back and look at the music channel. Are we making money now for charity? Let's have a look. 6,002. Oh, that's brilliant. All right. Okay, if you've just called in, we're on the way. Thank you, Fight. Fight's cheering away down there in the bottom of the screen. Absolutely awesome. I'm absolutely loving it. Florida Boy is just calling back. You're automatically straight into your spot. Let me assign you to guest number 7. There you go. You're already in there now. So I'll bring you back in a sec. If you've not yet subscribed to the music channel, I'm trying to get to 10,000 so YouTube can turn on charitable giving, and then I will do fundraisers, your charities of your choice to raise your favorite charity in the name of your business. whatever you want for free. It's just what I do. Okay, this is very exciting. Now then, let's bring our guests in again. We've got a few more guests now joined us. We've got Florida Boy. Can you talk to me now?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you very clearly. Absolutely. How are you?
Hey, I was having little technical difficulties. I was running the YouTube along with this feed, and it was doubling. So,
absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So
I understand that. Absolutely. You should always watch it on YouTube. Just call in. The calling in is just for, you got a beer there, have you?
Yes, I do.
Right.
Yes,
well,
I do.
What's your real name, Florida?
Matt.
Matt. Well, Matt, hopefully you can join me on Friday night on the party channel, because I sit behind me with a beer and I end up falling off the seat most Fridays. So please bring a beer with you and join me on Friday night, this time on Friday night. All right. Are you an investor or a trader on NVIDIA?
I am.
A trader or investor?
Well, I own a certain number of shares and I do options on it. So, I'm kind of both. You could say.
There's nothing wrong with trading the stock at all. I will tell you, look, if we just look here now, we're starting to see the stock rally up a little bit. I don't know if anyone noticed this, but the moment, and this wasn't by coincidence, by the way, I'm just going to say that, the moment I played my music to the second, the stock started to rally. Did anybody notice that this evening? I hope that was picked up by anyone. Did you see that? The moment I started that?
Lucky.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Maybe not. What can I say? Anyway, so what do you think? What's your prediction tonight, mate?
Well, because it hasn't been pumping all day, it's doing an entirely different thing than something like Palantir did on last Palantir earnings. Palantir went straight up for 2 days before it peaked right after earnings, and then Palantir dumped. Yeah. This is doing an entirely different thing. You could see a giant sell-off in NVIDIA early, and you could tell that they're severely manipulating the market. They drove it down to about 123, and they had 149 million share volume by 10:30 in the morning, for Christ's sake.
Hold 1 second for me. I've got Vanessa calling in. Hello, Vanessa. I need you to put in the chat if you are a member. I can only admit members. Are you a member of the channel? You are. So just go into the chat. Just go into the chat and say hello, just so your name is next to your badge, so I can let you in. We can only let members in for all kinds of. It's one of the members' perks, but it's also a security issue. There we go. Right, I'm going to put you in guest number. We've got number 10 available. There you are, Vanessa. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well. Sorry, mate, I cut you off. Would you just finish your comment, please? And I'll come back to Vanessa.
Oh, I was just saying that you saw a huge sell-off, and then you saw it start to rise. When they start buying again, I think we're going to see. I think we're going to see a beat in earnings, not a huge beat, but they're going to beat in earnings, and you may see a sell-off after earnings tonight and into tomorrow, but it's gonna go up. I mean, it's gonna go up. Come on, guys.
I am very, very bullish on it. I don't own it on individually. I own it through the S&P. I think that's the best value because when it does well, so does Microsoft. So does Google, so does Apple. I put on my X account today that there was 45% of CapEx from Microsoft going to NVIDIA. So I'm very happy with that. That's, for me, the better way of owning it. I see a 3X on the S&P by the end of the decade. And again, for other reasons, I own the S&P to be fully transparent so I can interview CEOs and so on. Vanessa, you've got 30 seconds because I'm about to ring the bell. The bell's about to go, and then we should get the information from NVIDIA momentarily. You've got 30 seconds. How can I help you?
I was just calling in because I just enjoy you so much, and I wanted to be supportive and just tell you you're just fantastic. I mean, I enjoy you so much.
Well, I enjoy having you on. I just love happy, smiling faces. I believe if we're all positive, we can all do well together. We've started a family here. We call ourselves the Lucasades, and I know we can raise millions for charity. I know we can help people, make people smile and laugh every day. And if we're always hardworking and positive, and we're here for each other, what can go wrong? What can go wrong? I love it, Vanessa. Where are you calling in from?
I'm from Birmingham, Alabama.
Birmingham, Alabama. My mum was born in Birmingham, England, and Alabama. I love it. I drove through. I was driving to Florida, and I think I stopped. There was is there a space station in Alabama?
In Huntsville.
There you go. I stopped. Yeah. I stopped there. Bloody hell, that was amazing. The big Apollo, the big rocket. I couldn't believe how big it was. Anyway, Vanessa,
I actually own NVIDIA stock, so the actual stock. So, I've done that, and I kind of accumulated a little bit more before they did the split. And so when they did the split, I ended up with a lot more.
Brilliant. Vanessa, stay right where you are. I'm about to ring the bell. We could get the news any moment. Stay where you are. Don't go away. There we go. There's Vanessa just calling in. This is absolutely great. Right, we're about to ring the bell in just a few seconds from now, and we're on standby for the information. It's in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The bell has gone. We are watching NVIDIA closely. I am watching everywhere.
That's so outsized in the market.
We're listening everywhere. NVIDIA, countdown. I'm watching what's going on. I'm keeping my eye open everywhere. NVIDIA, I'm refreshing every screen. If anybody gets it before me, please feel free to share it. Everyone tap the like button. We've never had 1,000 likes before, and we actually have 1,400 people watching. We could get 1,000 likes tonight, which would be absolutely mind-blowing for me. I'm just a small little YouTube channel with 33,000 subscribers, but I'm very, very excited. I don't care about being the biggest, but I do care about being the most honest and the best and providing the best service. That I do care about. Okay, let's have a look. Are we getting any movement yet on the stocks? Let's go through all our positions and see if anything is moving. Let's have a look. The overall portfolio has hardly moved at all. That's because we don't have NVIDIA earnings out yet. S&P. Virgin Galactic is down. It's pretty flat at the moment. Palantir is down. Everything in tech is down. Gold is down. Amazon is down. Apple is going down. And... what have we got here? Enphase Energy's going down. Let me refresh. NEE, next year energy. Let's keep going. Look at the subscribers are rolling round. Look at this. I've never had my subscribers roll like this. It's just like roll. I'm loving it. Let's keep watching. J&J is up, Defensive is up, Chevron is down, Tesla is down. Expect Tesla to go down quite a lot when the robotaxi comes out, when the robotaxi realization comes out. Google going down, Microsoft going down, NVIDIA going down, just holding at the moment. Let's go over to my Bloomberg feed, see if I've got any news. Salesforce is up. We're watching, keeping my eye on everything. I'm looking for the NVIDIA earnings. Any moment now, it could be out. The S&P could impact by 20%, apparently, according to the news just moments ago. Keep our eye on NVIDIA. Let's go over to my Bloomberg feed, see if we've got any information coming through. Nothing yet. Earnings first. Let's listen in.
Is on a net basis.
Nothing there yet. We are on top of it. We're waiting for the news. If you just tuned in, please do tap the like button. Very, very excited. We got a big crowd joining us tonight. You can call in if you want to be live on the show. You can be part of tonight's show as well. There's so much going on tonight. I'm so excited. We might even have a little party as well. Hello, Simon Le Bon. Is that Simon Le Bon from what was he called? What was the band called? Simon Le Bon. Duran. That's the one I was thinking of. Anyway, great to have you here. There's our guests. We got another 6 spots available if you want to call in. I'm checking my screen to see when the moment we get NVIDIA earnings. You'll see the stock price because it will move. The moment it does appear, we're going to get we're going to get the movement of the stock. So we're going to keep our eye on it. Very exciting stuff. Not that long to go. Stand by. The call starts in 57 minutes. This is what we're going to be showing you throughout the call. I know that music keeps coming in and out, but please bear with me. It's because I'm changing all the screens. We're going to share with you on the screen. We've got some more analysis to go through as well, but we're going to share with you. Oh, there's Sensei. He's doing a technical chart for us, but we're going to share with you on the screen here. NVIDIA can see it's down at the moment. The advanced chart, this is the call. This is how the call will look. We might get slides. We don't know yet. Oh, we got another caller, another guest on the show. We're still waiting for the numbers. Let me bring our next guest in. We've got Mike, who is a regular of our channel. How are you, Mike? Let's bring Mike in.
Mike.
Yes. Was he there? No, he was there a minute ago. He was there a minute ago. I've just lost him. No, he's not there. We've lost him for a moment, but I'll come back. See if we can fill up all 10 spots. All right, we'll be right back. I need a home run, says Bev Squeaky Chair. We'll come back to you in a moment, guys. Let's see if we get Mike in. Right, let's have a look. NVIDIA, still not moving. Let me check my feeds. Any moment now. This is probably the most anticipated earnings of all time, at least since COVID.
Trade NVIDIA, we should mention, up marginally after declining in regular trading before its results come out.
Okay, so now as investors have had a chance to check out shares of Okta and the results of Okta.
We're just waiting. Any second now. Oh, the tension. Let me speed up the playback as well. You can also do that on YouTube as well. You can actually speed up by clicking 2 times and bring yourself up to date. We're on standby. Well, we're waiting. Any second now. Well, we're waiting. For those of you who don't know, we're trying to raise millions of dollars for charity. I'm the World Piano Man. You may have seen on my channel, I was voted by Elton John as the World Piano Man. Here's my music channel. You can see me here singing. This is with Elton John's jacket he wore in Candle in the Wind. I did Phantom of the Opera, got my own Vegas show. And I've raised millions of dollars in my lifetime, in person, in live venues like this. This is my Vegas show with the British Philharmonic Orchestra, all my showgirls. And now I'm trying to do it online where there are no fees, no charges, and YouTube link everything to a registered charity. So I can sit here every night doing concerts, raising money, millions of dollars for your favorite charity. And what I'm asking you to do is simply subscribe to my music channel, not so you can watch my music. If you want to, that's fine. There's the link in the chat. I've just gave it to you. I'll give it to you again. Just so I can get to 10,000 subscribers, and then YouTube turn on charitable giving. And if you tell all your friends about it, come back to me and tell me we've all subscribed to you, and we'd love you to do a fundraiser in our name where the money goes directly to them, and I will happily do it. We're now at 6,246. We've been rolling around all evening. We started at 6,200, so we've done 46 so far tonight. So if we can get that to roll in the next 10 seconds, come on then. If you want NVIDIA shares to go up tonight, let's see that go around at least one more in the next 10 seconds. There you go. Fantastic. One more, every single one. Think of it though, Fight. Every single one is a real person. That's what you got to think about. It's another person. I don't see subscribers like YouTubers do. I've met all my audiences. I've met millions of people around the world as I've toured as the World Piano Man. Real people. And I am fully aware behind the camera lens right now, there are 2,364 real people who really care about the things they care about. You know, they care about each other. They care about their money, making money tonight with NVIDIA. And I am honored they've chosen to be here with me. And I feel deeply honored. So if everyone could tap the like button, we could be at 1,000 likes. Go on, make my day. Please make my day. We got 2,399. I've never had that many people watch me live ever. I had 23,000 watch me for the Virgin Galactic, but that was over 12 hours. We had 2,000 at the peak. We've got 2,400. So this is the most I've ever had on YouTube ever. So there's every reason why we could get to 1,000 subscribers. Look at that. We're at 700. I can't tell you what this means to me, folks. It really does. Look at that. 775. Come on, let's do the funky music. Do the funky music. Where is my funky music? Here's the funky music. Let's do it. I want 1,000 likes. Go. 803. I'll refresh the screen in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's just do it for the sheer hell of it. 821. Go on, let's do it again. We've got literally 2,500 watching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 830. Let's do something great tonight. Where is it now? 829? 848? We're still waiting for the numbers. Let me go and check. Still no numbers coming through. We're on standby.
Well, I just remember like bank earnings.
We're waiting for the numbers for NVIDIA. Let me come back to the channel. 890. Let me refresh it. 920. 920. Go on. 80 to go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is so exciting. 919. One person thought, I'm not liking this. This is rubbish. 944. Oh, the stock's moving. The stock is starting to move. I've got 5 seconds to go before we go back to the stock. 967. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No, come on. 966. Let's do it. 981. One more go. 981. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go on. 1,000. What does it look like to have 1,000 likes? 995. 5 more. 4 more. 4 more. Come on, let's do it. I'll tell you my biggest ever audience. 1,000 likes. I can't believe it. Right, let's get back to why you came here. You didn't come here to see how many likes I could get. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. I know you're nice people and you want to help me out, but you didn't come here just to get me likes. You came here because you want to know about NVIDIA. So let's get back to that. But you do forgive me. It was fun though, right? Anyway, very, very exciting. Right, the stock is moving down. Have we got numbers?
And as you had just noted,
not yet. This is pre-numbers now. Pre-number movement.
They mentioned that their business in China was down significantly. Yet they're still.
Can I take my jacket off, folks? It's a big, big night. Very excited. I'm very excited.
They're also a bellwether for can a business do well even as their business in China is declining. IBM's another example. They just withdrew.
Come on.
This week.
Yeah, that's interesting. And, even on the non-tech side, we saw last week, Walmart.
NVIDIA to release earnings any second now. We're listening in. We're on standby. Let's update a couple of things while we're here. Let's go back to our viewers. You can call in here. The phone line, we've got 1, 2. Let me clear the decks. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 guests. We've got 6 spots left. 6 spots left. If you want to be live on the show, have your say. This is, I just want to say, folks, just because I can, it's my channel, right, Fight? Can you believe it, mate? No. We started here 3 years ago.
Now we're going to take it over.
Yeah. let me just, as we're just waiting for NVIDIA, we've got seconds to go. Honestly, the moment it comes, I'll tell you. This show was born out of the fact that my touring days got cancelled because of COVID. Elton John named me the world piano man, and I was touring for like 37 years. Every country of the world, I've been everywhere. Putting on theatre shows in the West End, Vegas, everywhere. And because of COVID and then my back, I got 6 bulging discs. I couldn't perform anymore in person. I couldn't be on planes, carry equipment, tour around anymore. So I built this studio. It took me a couple of years. And I wanted to build a studio like it was when I do my live concerts. A theatre style show. So I've got the grand piano behind me. I've got all the smoke, special effects. I wanted the best channel in the world. That's what I wanted. And I thought, right, what can I do? And I thought, I'm not going to be able to do a music channel online because my audience are in person. They're all old. They buy tickets to theatres. They don't watch on YouTube. So what am I going to do? my music channel is just going to be really hard to grow because my audience just don't look at YouTube. So I thought, okay, I'll do an investment channel, but I'll do it in a way that is just my journey. So I put $5,000 on Robinhood, and I've now got, as you can see, 111. I've never shorted a stock. I've never done options. And I'll just tell people how it is. And because of my days in theatres and my friendships with Sir Elton John, I was also worked with Sir Paul McCartney with Wings. I know some nice people, right? So I thought I can make friends online, and I can make friends with CEOs and those that run the businesses and bring that to people and share with people the information. Real information, not those that just pump and dump stock for their own benefit, sell bad news because it sells YouTube videos. There's something sort of quite ugly about that. So I thought that's what I'm going to do. And that's what I did 3 years ago. And I started here. And for the first year and a half, about 5 people were watching me. I earned nothing, but I invested in myself. The biggest investment you make is in yourself. And I knew that eventually this would grow. And today is the first big show. We did have a bigger show with Virgin Galactic, but that's because I wrote the song, the Virgin Galactic song, and I was the only one covering it. NVIDIA, it's a bit different. It's the biggest stock in the world. Everyone covers NVIDIA. We're still waiting for the numbers, folks, in case you're wondering. I'm not just waffling for no reason. We're waiting for the numbers. Any second now, okay? So I thought I'll build my music channel, and I'll use the investment channel to make friends and invest, and just so everyone can see my real journey, and we can all do it together. And during this journey, we go live every day, 12 hours a day, on this channel and the extra channel, and we help people. We've had people get married on the show. We've had people sadly die on the show, people in hospital with COVID. We've had all kinds of emotions, real life emotions. And it's been the most honorable, wonderful job of my life. And I'm extremely thankful to everyone to be here, because I don't regard YouTube as fame. Fame is when people travel across the world or the country to come to your events in person, not to tune in on YouTube. This isn't fame. But what this is friendship. This is family. This is family. And every day we go live, and that's what this is about. So thank you for letting me just explain my story to you just for those few moments as we wait for the earnings. But that's what we do here. And now, because I'm getting more popular on YouTube, we can now, and most stocks we rank number 1 for, we can now use this to promote my music channel. So now I can raise money for my charities, do my concerts and my special events. And that's what I want to do. Just so my wife tells me every day I've done something good. That's it. I've got what I need. So that's what this is all about. So thank you for choosing my channel tonight. You could have chose Meet Kevin. You could have chose many multi-million channels, if that makes sense. But they're there to sell videos. I just go live all the time. I do make loads of videos too. More than anyone else, actually, because I make them live, but I'm just live all the time. So thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. Anyway, we're now waiting for earnings. It's obviously just holding the whole market up. Jetson knows the importance of this, and all we can do is sit and wait, and we are sitting and waiting. Our audience is here. We've got our guests already in. If you want to join us, consider subscribing, tap the like button. If you want to, here's a few of my links, by the way. Here's Alpha Spread. I know the CEO, one of my friends. If you want Alpha Spread, all my members get a free plan, or my membership will give you a discount. So good, it basically makes my membership for free. There's the music channel. Please subscribe to me. I'm going to do a special NVIDIA party on Friday with Oasis. Yeah, some Oasis stuff. You're going to love that. That's on Friday. There's my music channel. If you want to be a member, you can be a member. I'm still waiting for the earnings. I am watching it. We're not delayed. Members get many perks. The price will never go up. There's no inflation ever, and I'll always provide more and more services. Members can have reviews. They can ask me to do earnings. Get up in the morning, do earnings for you. I answer all your questions. I help you grow on social media. If you want anyone to subscribe to your YouTube channel, your Instagram, or your business, I can promote you. I take no money from corporate sponsorship. I turn it all away. I only take sponsorship from my members. $99, that's it. And you can speak to the world. I can. One of my guys, he wrote a book. He put it on Amazon. And he said, Mark, I've got no friends. No one knows me. I can't sell any books. Can you help me? I said, yeah, mate, you remember. You pay $2 a month. I said, I'll help you. And I got everyone to download the book. Within 4 days, he was in the top selling author. Sorry, top selling in the shorts. He was a top 10 of the short story category on Amazon. These are the sort of things that we do for people, right? So there's my X. There's the all links if you want the Christmas card. Hang on a minute. Someone's... I got Florida Boys waving his hands in the air. What's going on? What's all that about? Have I missed something? Florida Boy, what's going on? Talk to me.
Check out the chart. Check out the chart. Check out the chart.
Yeah, it's is it moving now? Yep, it's popping up. Here we go. Yep. Appreciate you telling me. Thank you so much. Right, what's going on? Let's check it out. Here we go. Back to this my Bloomberg feed. And NVIDIA have not released earnings yet.
50% year to date.
Nothing yet. It's pumping up.
From its October 2022 bear market low.
Earnings to be released.
Overbought January.
This is my portfolio. Are we going to turn the studio green?
Investors continue to pile in. That sets us up for some tension, I think.
Yeah, speaking of tension, about 30 seconds away from when we are expecting those
30 seconds.
Up 1.6% here ahead of the earnings. So we're just waiting for NVIDIA to cross. So we're seeing some trade ahead of the results actually crossing.
Let me speed this up.
Trading, if you will. As we said, the stock, which was a little bit lower.
I'm just speeding it up so we count down the seconds.
Here, almost 2% here in the aftermarket. So I don't know, 7 seconds, and we expect these numbers to cross.
I'm going to let Ed Ludlow take a look at his Bloomberg terminal as we do expect these numbers to choose these numbers to cross imminently right now. As a reminder, Ian King notes the release typically hits at 20 past.
All right, second quarter revenue, folks, $30 billion. Estimate was $28.86 billion. So again, that is a beat. Company approving an additional $50 billion in share buyback. Again, the stock up about 2.25% here in the aftermarket.
Yeah, the company sees third quarter revenue at $32.5 billion plus or minus 2%. The company maintains its quarterly dividend at 1 cent per share. Second quarter data center revenue, that is a very important metric to keep an eye on. That is the vast majority of the company's revenue, coming in at $26.3 billion, beating estimates of $25.08 billion. Adjusted gross margin for the second quarter coming in just above estimates, 75.7%, Carol. Estimates were for 75.5%.
All right, we're talking with Ed Ludlow, the co-host of Bloomberg Technology. Ed, you said the numbers, you're watching all of them, but you did single out initially the data center revenue, which we were expecting about $25 billion. That's a beat.
Yeah, it's a beat. I mean, I've got the ticker for after hours trade in front of me and my eyes are bouncing all around. And I think the market's taking a few seconds to make up its mind. Let's just run through it. $32.5 billion plus or minus 2% is basically, I think, in line with the $31.9 billion
this is good.
That the street was looking for. I'll do the math on the midpoint in
This is good. I don't need that now. I don't need that. Let's go over to my guests. Let me bring all my guests in. Hey, guys, are you happy? What do you think of this? We've got a nice beat tonight. Everybody happy?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Fight Channel. What do you make of that? You said they were gonna go down.
We haven't had guidance yet.
Hey, just wait. It's a good beat. The markets are just bouncing around.
But the guidance, it's going to be all about the guidance.
It's all about the guidance. Like I said before, right at the beginning of the show, it was always in my mind.
Yes.
You're happy, Vanessa. I love that. It was always going to be a beat in my mind with my calculations, the people that I'm talking to, the information that I'm looking at. It was always going to be a beat. But it's all about guidance, is what he's going to say. But I expect a nice little rally here. Remember, I'm in margin. So if the market goes up 5%, I go up 10%. I basically double what the market does if we go up. But we also go down double as well. But I'm not worried about that. I'm only in the S&P, and I bought back in January, so I'm not really worried about that at all. How do you feel, Vanessa? Can you hear me, Vanessa? Oh, I think she's listening to me through she's listening to me through YouTube, so she got a slight delay there. But anyway, what about you, Nathan? How are you feeling today?
Well, I mean, it was pretty much expected they were going to beat it. It's just more how are people going to react to that? Are they happy with how far they went? Yeah, exactly. So, and with you said you're in the S&P index. Are you with SPY or VOO or
VOO,
how?
VOO.
VOO. Okay.
Yeah, I'm with VOO. Okay, let's, now we've got, how long have we got now? We've got 35 minutes before the call starts. That's when it gets interesting. For me, I always find it most enjoyable and benefit most from the questions at the end. That's when the tone is set. But I'm very happy. There's going to be volatility now. People are going to sell. I don't care. I said it was a 130 on earnings. That's all I said it was, 130 on earnings, and it will be 130. I'm sure it will bounce back up again. And 140 by the end of the week, and 200 within 12 months. That's where I see it going. So let's look at the chart right now, and let's see. My wife's just walked in. Leah, are you there? Can I just share something with you? I'm just going to share this with my wife because you always know I try to, I share everything with my wife because it's all exciting. Leah, we've got 2,740 people watching me live. 2,748, 1,200 likes, and I think we've had through the stream 15,614 people. Brilliant. Better than any gig I've ever done. Fantastic. Just thought I'd share it. I know it's a big night, very exciting night. So that's my wife Leah. She's just behind the magic curtain. All right. So 15,000. By the way, in case you're wondering where I get these figures from, there is that number there. 15,633. 2,633. 2,633 watching me live right now. Very, very exciting. Right. Do love it. Which means I should be able to get 4,000 more subscribers on my music channel. If everyone does that tonight, I can turn on charitable giving tomorrow and start raising money for people in war zones, for people of famine, people who need support. Folks, look, there it is. 6,250. Every single person. I'm being serious now. You're all money people. You've all got money. You're all 95% richer than everybody else on planet Earth. Right now, everybody, help me to help others. We've had 15,000 people come through the stream. Every single person. And don't rely on someone else because not everyone's doing it, right? Tell your friends to go and do it. And then come back to me and say, Martyn, we all subscribe to you. Do a fundraiser for us for cancer research. Help the aged. Save the children. It doesn't matter what it is, as long as it's a registered charity that YouTube can link to. You'll see it on the show. I will do infinite amount of concerts for your charities. Please do help me to be able to help others. It'd be the greatest.
It's tanking.
What's going on? What's going on? You talking to me? You telling me it's tanking? Let me have a look. Not really. No, it's not. You're like, I'm going to start calling you Meet Kevin in a minute. I'm going to start calling you Doom and Gloom Boy. What's going on? Let me bring you on the what? It's not tanking. It's gone down. It's going back up again. Don't worry about it.
Right now to 115.
Listen, fight. This stock is priced to perfection. It's at the absolute peak of its valuation. Any trader in its right mind would take profit. An investor, no. I don't want to sell. I don't want a tax event. I'm just going to keep it. You know, my portfolio, 6 years, $1 million. That's it. Now it's going straight back up again. There you go. And look at it. It's going up just as fast as it went that down. Look at that. There it is. What do you make of that, Fight? Tell me, Fight. Tell me all about it. Talk to me.
It's going to go back down to 115 by before 8 o'clock.
You reckon? Mm-hmm. Who do you work for? Who do you work for? Me, Kevin. Are you trying to tell me tomorrow morning World War III is going to start again for the last 6 months? No. What are you looking at? What information have you got there? I can see you looking at a phone or something. What are you looking at? Do you know somebody? Are you talking to Jensen?
No.
Right. Okay, we got half an hour before the call begins. Let me just share, everybody. If anybody else wants to call in, by the way, we've got 6 more spots left. We would love to have you on the show. There we go. Zach Zate's calling in. Zach Zate comes straight in. Now, you should have a spot straight away. Let's see if it drops you straight in. No, it doesn't. So let me give you a spot. I'm going to put you in spot number 6. There you go. There you are. Zach Zate, one of our biggest investors for Virgin Galactic. How are you? What do you think of all this then, mate? It's a beat. Are you well?
Yeah, very well. It was a tough day. Everything was grabbing down toward the big note that they beat, but not by much. Everybody expected so much more. I think the attention of the AI is just becoming a bigger and bigger bubble, and I like it.
Yeah, exactly. No one knows really yet what AI is going to do. We had a survey on the show. Remember when we asked everybody, it's not about buying ChatGPT. It's not about the end user paying for, AI services. It's about enterprise. It's about the systems that we don't even see. Stuff happening in the background. Nathan's nodding, going, yeah, that's where the money is. We won't see it. It'll go into the robots that make all the rockets and the taxis and all that stuff, and what goes on the moon and what goes on in the infrastructure behind the systems. How Amazon will operate in the future. How Apple will operate in the future. To us, may not even notice it, but it will be there. What it's all about, and what I've said repeatedly on the show, is it's about efficiency. It's about making businesses more efficient. And efficiency is success. That's their margin. And that's where they'll put other businesses out of business who don't have that level of efficiency. And that's why Microsoft is spending 45% of their CapEx on NVIDIA. They want those chips. They want that efficiency. That's what we're buying. We're buying the future of efficiency of all the other companies. That's what I think we're buying.
I heard that Mark Zuckerberg was able to use AI for Meta to basically run a whole marketing campaign, and he didn't have to use any human teams at all. That was just something I heard from another YouTuber, and he was reading from something. So those are like the behind the scenes kind of things, and it basically made it so that the ads would go more efficiently, like you're saying, to the right people. Because they found that a lot of the ads weren't really generating the revenue. So so those are the types of things.
Exactly. And then that's going to make NVIDIA, that's going to make Meta more profitable. So they're going to want to invest in NVIDIA. I also don't believe either that anyone else can really take away their market share. There'll always be somebody else coming up with new ideas, but it's like Apple. Apple are untouchable now, aren't they, really? I mean, Apple is Apple. There's Android, but Apple's always going to be Apple. And I think Tesla has its place in the world. Yes, sir, at the top.
Well, you had to expect a lot of volatility around earnings.
Yeah, of course.
Right? And you're gonna see it go up and seesaw up and down tonight, especially. But when the market has a time and the world has time to digest the earnings and the future profitability potential of NVIDIA.
Keep talking. I can hear you.
I think that you're going to see a sustained trend upward. Okay. Yep. Because this is just the start of AI. I read an interesting article today that said Tesla needs 100,000 NVIDIA chips to even start their training modules for something. They didn't say what training is, but Tesla is going to buy 100,000, NVIDIA chips, and that's a lot of chips. So this is just this is just the start of it. And while it may go down a little bit tonight, I think it's going to go back up tomorrow, and I think you're going to see a sustained trend upward. I think we're in on the ground floor, guys. I really do.
I agree. I agree with you 100%. I've got, let me see, Fight and Nathan. I'm going to move you because someone has asked me, could I show the ticker? I absolutely can. So if I put you in spot 5 and I put Fight up in guest number 9, just for the moment, I can move you around a little bit. Now I can bring in the ticker. I've got people asking me, could I share the ticker? So I want to bring the ticker, the information everything about the show there as well. There you go. That's good. Right. Let's go back over. We got 27 minutes to go before the call begins. So we got plenty of time. But this is very exciting tonight. I can't tell you how excited I am because as a long-term investor, I really feel that we are on a winner here. Like you say, I think you're right. There would be some profit taking here, but I want to own the business. I'm not a trader. I don't buy any stock that I don't feel comfortable owning for 10 years. I don't want to sell. I don't want any tax events. Just want to buy my shares, hold my shares, and I bought the future by using margin. I'm now investing on myself to pay off that margin as quickly as possible. Today will be good. I've got a good number. I might earn a few bucks today on my show and be able to pay my margin down a little bit. But anyway, for me, I just want to hold the position. Anyway, let's go over and look at the chart right now, see how it's moving. Hopefully, we're going to get Sensei call in and provide us some really good technical chart positions. If not, he's going to be available on Sunday for you for a special event on Sunday to prepare you for the week. Let me bring in some of the comments. What I'm going to do now is people have often said when Martyn gets bigger, the channel gets bigger, he's not going to be able to answer all the questions like he used to. Well, that's not the case. So what I'm going to do now is my members are getting a little bit lost. They're getting like, hang on a minute, you didn't answer my question. I don't want anyone left behind. So let me go over now. Even if people tune out, they turn off. It's not about subscribers and how much I'm going to earn. It's about providing a service. So let me go over to my members now. Members only. So if you did a comment, please, in the chat, it's now members only. Please ask it again. I will share it on the screen. So if you are a member and you want to make a comment or a question, you're not going to be left, but you're not going to be ignored or lost. Please do now come back to me. It'll take about 30 seconds for it to populate. So let me go back to my guests who are joining me in the phone-in party, and then. Let's see if we get those comments and questions come back. Please do. If you want to call into the show and be one of my guests, here is the link. It is members only. Here's the link. There you go. I'll give it you 3 times in the chat. All right, there you go. 3 times in the chat. I'll also give you the password, which is Lucas AIDS, which is uppercase L, uppercase A, 100. There it is. If you put that as exactly as I've written it in the chat, you can take up the last few spots that we have left. All right, the stock is going back up again. We are just 25 minutes away now from the call. I am running a poll I want to share with everybody. This is the poll that we're running over here on X tonight. The poll is, would they beat or miss? Well, obviously, that poll is just about to come to an end. You were right. 69% of you said beat. Let me give everyone the link to my X. There's my X account. You can go and vote. But we also gave you this question. The question I was asking you was, if I scroll down, another call in. This is Kaisha. Kaisha, can you come into the chat, please, on YouTube and just do a comment so I can see if you are a member? You need to be a member for me to allow you to come into the chat. I don't recognize your name. So if you could go into the YouTube chat, and Dinesh as well. Dinesh and Kaisha, if you come into the chat, just so I can see on YouTube that you're members, and then I'll bring you right in. But you do need to be members. So Dinesh and Johnny as well. Kaisha, 3 of you, let me know you are members in the chat, please. And I can bring you in. Anyway, the question I was asking you was this. The question I was asking you is this. Let's have a look. Will the markets rally after the earnings? 42 votes and 73% of you said yes, they would rally. 73% of you said yes, they would rally. I asked a further question. Is NVIDIA a buy, hold, or sell? Kaisha, if you just go into the chat, I will be able to see if you are a member on YouTube, then I can bring you in. Just leave a comment on YouTube and I can bring you in. So you are saying, yes, 44% a buy. Please go and vote on X and we'll update these votes throughout the evening. Now I can go back to my comments. So we got Frederick. I don't want to miss anybody. Let me go back over to my party over here. Right, we're going to watch the the stock again in a moment. We got Vaz. Knowing Fight, he is making money tonight regardless of NVIDIA going up or down. Absolutely right. I'm sure Fight is making money. He always makes money. Look at S&P Global. Wow. I will do that for you. Here we go. If you are a member, you can make all these requests. So yesterday we did a big review on S&P Global, and I actually said this is one of my new favorite stocks. I do like this one. I did a big review on it yesterday. Here it is. Thank you very much indeed, Frederick from Sweden, who's just called in. Is this the one? S&P Global. I don't see much movement here, Frederick. SPGI. Oh, it rallied from when it sold off, you mean? Yes, I see what you mean. From the after hours to where it is now. Yeah, that's fair enough. Let me bring you back up here. So, Matt Dillon. Matt.
Is this going to work?
How are you, Matt? Good to see you,
working?
mate.
Hey, Martin, how you doing, man? This is baptism by fire for me, baby. I'm learning the hard way. But there's no stop losses. There's no stop losses this time.
No,
Had I put this money up, as I put the money I put on NVIDIA on Chewy last night, instead of NVIDIA, I'd be up $28,738. As it is, I'm down another $15,000.
Bloody hell, mate.
Baptism by fire.
What it is to have so much money. Stance, just stand.
I ain't got no money. This is a life savings, Martin. You gonna make me rich or broke? So we gonna enjoy this. But I had no idea you were on the level that you were. Did you read my email?
It's going up. Yes, I did read your email. Thank you for such a beautiful email. You can carry on talking. I am listening. I'm just changing the screen.
Okay,
that was a very nice email.
I am still blown away. And when you just said that you had been with, Sir Paul, I mean, you see my love for the musical business, and that's one of the few I've never met, but admired most of all my life.
Yes.
The darling thing was just a dream.
Just stand by just a moment. NVIDIA is coming up again. Yes, it is. Antonio Dela Cruz. Good evening, Vaz. James. These are all my members now. None of my members, even if you have 1 million subscribers, will ever get left behind. I'm losing money whether it goes up or down, says Smoky Fats. Frederick, yes, Coca-Cola has had a steady week. Yes, I love that stock. Good evening, Matt, and yikes. Okay, all the comments answered. Now, those people that called in earlier, if you are a member, you can be on the show, a bit like our high-energy Matt Dillon tonight. Matt, it's lovely to have you here, I must say. Thank you for that email. It was beautiful,
I'm just glad I found y'all, man. I hope y'all let me in your little group.
Absolutely, you are very much part of it. Where are you calling? Where are you calling from?
I'm in Atlanta, Georgia, and one of the few old-timers left here. But how about this country? How about
you got a friend over there? You got a friend, Fight Channel. He's from Georgia as well. So we got the Georgians in.
All right.
I tell you what.
Go Braves. Go Braves.
Oh, they will.
Go Braves.
I tell you what, Matt, if you join me tomorrow night, Friday night on the Music Channel, right, I will do Georgia, Ray Charles for you.
Oh, Lord. Oh, yes. Do you see him and Willie on Seven Spanish Angels? Woo. Anyway, yeah, we'll have a lot to talk about on music.
Absolutely. Let me just put you on mute just for a moment. I love all the energy. Stand by, everybody. We got a lot of energy in the show tonight. This is going to be a test for me tonight with so many people. I love it. Love to see it. Great live stream. Here he is, Sensei Crypto. Here is our chart man. Can I see some love for our chart man tonight? Sensei provides absolutely top class chart reading. Sensei, are you able to call in and share a chart for us? We would love to hear from you. If so, you've got 18 minutes before the call begins. We want to be on, obviously, we got to be on time because it's live. If you can call in, it would be absolutely fantastic. So are you able to do that? Matt, you're a treasure. Sacred Arcana. Matt, you're a treasure from Sacred Arcana. He loves you, mate. He loves you. Good evening, Sensei. Positive energy. Good evening, Martin. Loving the stream. Dylan Wilson. Sensei, he's loving it. Sensei, can you call everyone's cheering? I tell you what, everybody in the chat, copy and paste. If you want to see the best technical chart reading you've ever seen, and he's so accurate because he's not trying to sell videos, he's not trying to sell trading programs, he doesn't even have his own YouTube channel. He just does it for me on this channel to provide you with a service. Would everybody in the chat copy and paste Sensei like this, SENSIE, and go like that. Copy and paste. Let's get the channel to go bonkers in the chat. He's just got home from work. It's late at night for him. He's in the UK, but he said to me, if I get home in time and I can call him before, I will. He will give you the buy zone, the sell zone, the support levels, and then he'll do your own personalized charts for free. It's what we do for our members on Sunday. All right? He won't be predicting the end of the world. Everything's going to go to zero. Trying to sell videos. He'll just go live and answer your questions, and he's fantastic. All right. Okay, we got 15 minutes before the call begins. I'm very excited. I see all the chats going bonkers with Sensei. Everyone loves Sensei. I'm loving it. So just before we do it, we got 15 minutes to go. Guys, seriously. Everyone here is 95% richer than everybody else on planet Earth. If you've got healthcare, water, education, if you've got basic needs, you are 95% richer than everyone else. I know. I've toured the whole world. I've seen it. Please, please, please help me do something wonderful right now. Here is my music channel. I've been doing concerts and raising money all my life. I did the telethon for the Lions Club 2 years ago when COVID happened, all around the world. Every Lions Club in the world joined in through them. And there was lots of expenses and costs, but now I'm doing it through my music channel. And if I get to 10,000 subscribers, we're now at 6,259, YouTube will turn on charitable giving. They will allow me to link my channel to charities and do fundraiser events where all the money, 100%, goes to the charity. No credit card fees, no taxes. I will do it all for free, and I will do infinite amount of concerts. All the ad revenue, the super chats, the sponsorships, everything will go to your charity. You can tell me what charity you want. So here it is. Here's the link. So the last time I'm going to do it, because we're going to go into the call in a second. Hopefully Sensei will be online in a minute. There is the music channel. Please, 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 please click on it. It doesn't benefit me other than gives me huge amount of happiness just to do it. I love singing, and to seeing all the money go into charity is great. 6259. Let's see that roll round in the next 10 seconds. I've given everyone the link. Tap on it right now. We've had 15,000 people come into tonight's show. Look, in fact, look, 20,000. 20,000 people have tuned in to tonight's show. We could have done it twice over. Where are those people watching some YouTuber trying to sell videos? Please help me out. I'm really trying to do some good here, and I need everyone to help me out. Sensei is on the line. I've got Sensei on the line. So forget what I'm doing in a minute. Did it roll round? 6259? 10! 6269, get in. All right, I'll take that all day long. Right, okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get serious now. It's interview time. Sensei is with me. I want to put Sensei now in the show, live on the show. We're going to put you in guest number 1. Sensei, how are you? You're live on the show. Welcome. How are you, mate?
I'm doing well, Martin. Thanks for having me on. I've just come home from work, so I haven't been able to set up my camera, but I've got the charts, which I guess no one wants to see my face. Everyone wants to see the charts.
Well, you say that, Sensei. Let me go full screen for you and welcome. How are you, mate? Let me just turn it off.
I'm doing well, Martin. Thanks for having me on. I've just come home from work, so I haven't been able to.
All right, Sensei, I can see your chart. You've got exactly 13 minutes. Now, folks, before Sensei, I'll just allow Sensei to set up his little shapes and signals and lines and dots and clouds in the sky and all the rest of it. I will tell you, he is fantastic. fantastic at chart reading, very, very accurate, always spot on. He's predicted so many perfect trades for our members. This is not dramatic, not designed to sell videos. It's just Sensei providing information. He doesn't have his own YouTube channel. He just does it on my channel here for you. He's calling in. He's not being paid to be here. He's just calling in to help you and share with you. Now, he's about to speak. So what I'm going to do is give you this link here, just as Sensei prepares himself. On Sunday, every Sunday, Sensei does a chart show. Your charts, your stocks, your crypto for you. Okay? If you are a member of the channel and you can see how many people are becoming members just so they can speak to Sensei, look at all these members here tonight. Amazing. On Sunday, here's the link. Sensei will do a NVIDIA special plus whatever stocks you want. Crypto, he loves crypto as well. He knows many managers of the projects. He gets involved and meets the people. He will provide you with a great service. On Sunday, on this channel, all right, there he is. There's Sensei right there. Okay, I'll give you the link one more time in the chat. Make sure you've bookmarked that. You join Sensei on Sunday, 3 p.m. Central Time. You can speak to Sensei and have your own chart done. But as we only have 11 minutes to go, we have to get back to Sensei. Stand by Stacey Bailey, who just called in. She wants to be on the show. But now we're going to go over to Sensei. Sensei, talk to me as I open up the full screen for you.
Yes, so we have done an analysis on Sunday. We were ready for this, but now we're just before the earnings. So we want to do just our final buy zones and sell zones. Obviously, it's not financial advice at all. It's just areas on a chart where I think it's a lower risk to be buying. Everyone's situation is different, but just looking at a chart perspective, obviously we had a little bit of a sell-off. On the 1 hour candle, if we go to the hourly chart, each candle represents an hour. From the highs to the lows, we're down about 10%. I'm sorry that the chart is showing on your screen a bit blurry, but I'll say the numbers. You don't actually need to see the chart.
Yeah, that's just buffering and just your upload speed at the moment. But as long as you give us the numbers, it's clearing up now. But give us the numbers, and that'll add. Thank you, Sensei.
Of course. So yes, so the hourly candle from the highs to lows down about 10%. That is just majority of a few liquidations, over leveraging positions from probably mostly the retail market, which has been liquidating, causing a slight cascading effect. I wouldn't worry about it too much. And what that meant was it hit our buy zone. I'll try circle it in a big area here. Our first buy zone, which was at $116. Yes, it went a bit lower to $115, but that was our first buy zone. If you had a look at our Sunday show, every Sunday, 9 p.m. UK time. Martyn will tell you the Central Standard Time, but that's every Sunday where I do all your chart analysis. So please do join me on Sunday. Where we did NVIDIA and other charts. But yes, we hit our first buy zone, $116. What are we looking for in the earnings? If more surprising information comes out, either for the upside or the downside, I always personally have two separate, at least two limit orders. One is a buy, one is a sell, and I might have additional buys and additional sells. My first buy zone was $116. We got that. My next buy zone, if it's more surprising during the earnings call, more liquidations, I always want to buy the best price. And the next one would just be above $100. So between $100 and $101, $102, that would be my next area I'll be looking to buy. I'm not saying it's going down there, but it's always great to prepare in case it does. You never know what they're going to say. I've had great success doing this during earnings. Stocks like Tesla, Elon Musk says one thing, the stock drops or the stock skyrockets. So it's always great having these limit orders set up for the downside and the upside. It's the most volatile period for a stock. So my next buy zone is between $100 and $101, $102, around that area. I've actually got my personal one set up at $102. And then I've also got my sell level, which is looking less likely for today, but it's still there even after the earnings, which is at all-time highs at $140, just slightly below because I know people take profits below. So $139 would be my between $137 to $140 will be my sell zone. We might not get it today, we might get it in the future, but whenever we do get to that all-time high, there's probably going to be resistance. There might be a sell-off and there might be an area for me to buy back, but I'm happy to sell at all-time highs. I missed the first all-time high, so my limit order is just below the previous all-time highs, about $139, and that's my sell zone. That's my resistance level. That's my limit order to take profit. So I've got 3 limit orders set up. 1 has been filled at $116. 2 haven't been filled, and that's the buy zone at $102 and the sell zone at $140. Where do I think this stock's going? The momentum is slightly to the downside now. But during earnings, it's very hard to say if it's going to go up or down. We'll have to see how it settles. But all we're trying to take advantage of is that volatility that we normally see during the earnings. Going to more of a long-term position. If you're not trading the earnings, you don't really care. Right now, the stock is looking quite bullish. We had a nice run up. Then if you joined me and Martin, we predicted that $100 support level. We were predicting the bounce after that correction to the downside, the more medium-term correction when we saw a 35% pullback on NVIDIA. We've had a bounce off that $100. Yes, it went lower to 92, but that was very brief. We had a $100 bounce up 34%. Now we've sold off a little bit. I wouldn't panic at all. If you look at a daily candle, it's really not much. It looks like we are on our way to all-time highs. We might go lower. We might go back down to 116. We might even go as low as $102. But as long as we don't break $90, we are midterm still bullish, and I expect to see all-time highs before we start breaking structure downside. So medium term, I am still bullish on NVIDIA, and I think we will see all-time highs next month in September. So midterm, I'm bullish. On today's I've given you my buy zones and sell zones. I wish everyone good luck in the earnings and use strategies like this in every earnings. But again, not financial advice, just what I do during earnings, having those buy levels and sell levels. Thank you, Martin, for having me on the show.
Sensei, have you got time just for a quick question? We've got 3 minutes before the show. Have you got time?
Let's do it.
Yeah. Okay. Let me just clear the ticker away just for a moment. With my guests, if you are members and you are on the call tonight, and as you can see, we've got a number of guests here. We've got Zach Zate. I can now bring in, I can also bring in Stacey. I'll put Stacey on 6. We've got just, where is she? Oh, no, 8, sorry. 8. There we go. Put Stacey in 8. There you go, Stacey. You're live on the show. So you got Sensei on the show right now, folks. Stacey's out there in the woods. Love it. Fantastic. We've got literally 3.5 minutes. So you've all got like a minute, 30 seconds. Has anyone got a quick question for Sensei? If not, that's fine. But anybody go first? Everybody good? Looks like everyone's good.
Do you think Tesla will go back up to 217?
Sensei?
I don't even know what Tesla's at today. 217, will it go back up to 270? Unfortunately, Tesla's lost support at $208, so it looks like another lower high. So probably not, in my opinion, but it's not too far. But it looks like more downside potential on Tesla. $180 in my buy zone.
I feel that the world is catching up, the world is watching, and Elon Musk is making enemies and just disappointing people. The technology is great, but I am worried that Tesla is going to go down a lot lower. Great business long term. Zach, fire away.
Yeah. Yes, so for the long-term investor, which probably grabbed and owned that company from the 90s and the 100, they are already 20% up. Do you feel safety? Because I hear the 101. I don't think also it's going to go back to the 90s with all the bubble and all the around the company the last few weeks.
Sensei?
So, what are we talking about? A specific stock here, or the stock market in general? Well, sorry, Zach.
The NVIDIA. The NVIDIA was about 3 months ago, was at the 90s, 100, which the long-term investor know what it was an opportunity. And today, after the earning, do you see any reason to get back to the 90s? Because you stopped at the 101 in one place, which I really like because I think it won't get to the 90s.
Yeah, so NVIDIA right now is trading at $125. Are you talking about the 90s as in $90? Sorry, Zach.
$90, $100. People purchase it in $100 about 3 months
will
ago.
it go back down? Yeah, I mean, it depends. If there's bad news, for example, in this earnings, if there's a big surprise that they come out with, it won't be because people are selling. It'll be a few people selling, which causes a liquidation effect, which will bring the price back down to that $100. If it's not a sudden surprise, then there won't be a sudden mass selling, which will cause liquidations, and because there's a lot of leverage in NVIDIA. So if there's not a surprise coming forward, the only way we'll get to $100 is by slowly trending down that way. If there is a surprise, we can suddenly come down to close to $100.
Sensei, I'm going to cut you short there. I think you gave a reasonable good answer there for Zach. Vanessa, quickly, you've got 1 minute.
Very quickly, how does SMCI affect NVIDIA, or how does NVIDIA affect what's going on with SMCI right now?
Putting Sensei on the spot here.
Well, they are fairly obviously linked, but I mean, whatever happens, I mean, a short answer would be whatever happens to NVIDIA will happen on a bigger effect to SMCI stock, just in terms of their charts and the correlation that they normally see on a day-to-day basis. So I think if NVIDIA comes down 5%, you might see SMCI stock come down 20%, for example.
Yes, I would agree with that. I'm looking at my S&P right now. I'll just share with you. I'm 100% in the S&P, and I'm down 1.7. But of course, I'm down double because I'm in margin. So we're only actually down 0.75%, but I'm down double that because of what's happened, because I'm in margin. But yeah, I mean, all the tech stocks are selling off tonight. But I'm not worried. I'm very confident that this is all going to bounce back. So I've got no issue here at all. Anyway, I think we've covered all the questions. I know we didn't have much time there, but I want to thank Sensei and hang up, stay on the call, whatever you like. But Sensei, thank you for calling in. We're just a few seconds away from the call. I've got the broadcast coming through. It might be 1 or 2 minutes late. That's typical of earnings. But guys, thank you. Stand by if you want to, but we're now going to go over to the earnings. Thank you very much, Sensei.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let me just put everybody on mute for the moment and bring up the screen here. Let me share with you on the screen my system here. Here we go. And let me unmute it. There's the audio. Okay, they're sending me through audio. We've got everything we need. So we are on standby now for...
My name is Abby, and I will be your conference operator
Spot on time.
At this time, I would like to welcome everyone to NVIDIA's second quarter earnings call. All lines have been placed on mute to prevent any background noise. After the speaker's remarks, there will be a question and answer session. If you would like to ask a question during that time, simply press the star key, followed by the number 1 on your telephone keypad. If you would like to withdraw your question, press star 1 a second time. Thank you. And Mr. Stuart Stecker, you may begin your conference.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to NVIDIA's conference call for the second quarter of fiscal 2025. With me today from NVIDIA, Chief Executive Officer, and Colette Kress, Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer. I would like to remind you that our call is being webcast live on NVIDIA's Investor Relations website. The webcast will be available for replay until the conference call to discuss our financial results for the third quarter of fiscal 2025. The content of today's call is NVIDIA's property. It cannot be reproduced or transcribed without prior written consent. During this call, we may make forward-looking statements based on current expectations. These are subject to a number of risks, significant risks and uncertainties, and our actual results may differ materially. For a discussion of factors that could affect our future financial results and business, please refer to the disclosure in today's earnings release, our most recent Forms 10-K and 10-Q, and the reports that we may file on Form 8-K with the Securities and Exchange Commission. All our statements are made as of today, August 28, 2024, based on information currently available to us. Except as required by law, we assume no obligation to update any such statements. During this call, we will discuss non-GAAP financial measures. You can find a reconciliation of these non-GAAP financial measures to GAAP financial measures in our CFO commentary, which is posted on our website. Let me highlight an upcoming event for the financial community. We will be attending the Goldman Sachs Communacopia and Technology Conference on September 11th in San Francisco, where Jetson will participate in a keynote fireside chat. Our earnings call to discuss the results of our third quarter of fiscal 2025 is scheduled for Wednesday, November 20th, 2024. With that, let me turn the call over to Colette.
Thanks, Stuart. Q2 was another record quarter. Revenue of $30 billion was up 15% sequentially and up 122% year-on-year, and well above our outlook of $28 billion. Starting with data center. Data center revenue of $26.3 billion was a record, up 16% sequentially and up 154% year-on-year, driven by strong demand for NVIDIA Hopper GPU computing and our networking platforms. Compute revenue grew more than 2.5x. Networking revenue grew more than 2x from the last year. Cloud service providers represented roughly 45% of our data center revenue, and more than 50% stemmed from the consumer internet. Video, image, and text data, pre- and post-processing with CUDA and AI workloads, synthetic data generation, AI-powered recommender systems, SQL and vector database processing as well. Next-generation models will require 10 to 20 times more compute to train with significantly more data. The trend is expected to continue. Over the trailing 4 quarters, we estimate that inference drove more than 40% of our data center revenue. CSPs, consumer internet companies, and enterprises benefit from the incredible throughput and efficiency of NVIDIA's inference platform. Demand for NVIDIA is coming from frontier model makers, consumer internet services, and tens of thousands of companies and startups building generative AI applications for consumers, advertising, education, enterprise and healthcare, and robotics. Developers desire NVIDIA's rich ecosystem and availability in every cloud. CSPs appreciate the broad adoption of NVIDIA and are growing their NVIDIA capacity given the high demand. NVIDIA H200 platform began ramping in Q2, shipping to large CSPs, consumer internet, and enterprise companies. The NVIDIA H200 builds upon the strength of our Hopper architecture and offering over 40% more memory bandwidth compared to the H100. Our data center revenue in China grew sequentially in Q2 and is a significant contributor to our data center revenue. As a percentage of total data center revenue, it remains below levels seen prior to the imposition of export controls. We continue to expect the China market to be very competitive going forward. The latest round of MLPerf inference benchmarks highlighted NVIDIA's inference leadership with both NVIDIA Hopper and Blackwell platforms combining to win gold medals on all tests. At Computex, NVIDIA, with the top computer manufacturers, unveiled an array of Blackwell architecture-powered systems and NVIDIA networking for building AI factories and data centers. With the NVIDIA MGX modular reference architecture, our OEMs and ODM partners are building more than 100 Blackwell-based systems designed quickly and cost-effectively. The NVIDIA Blackwell platform brings together multiple GPU, CPU, DPU, NVLink switch, and the networking chips, systems, and NVIDIA CUDA software to power the next generation of AI across the cases, industries, and countries. The NVIDIA GB200 NVL72 system with the 5th generation NVLink enables all 72 GPUs to act as a single GPU and deliver up to 30 times faster inference for LLMs workloads and unlocking the ability to run trillion parameter models in real time. Hopper demand is strong and Blackwell is widely sampling. We executed a change to the Blackwell GPU mass to improve production yields. Blackwell production ramp is scheduled to begin in the fourth quarter and continue into fiscal year 26. In Q4, we expect to ship several $billion in Blackwell revenue. Hopper shipments are expected to increase in the second half of fiscal 2025. Hopper supply and availability have improved. Demand for Blackwell platforms is well above supply, and we expect this to continue into next year. Networking revenue increased 16% sequentially. Our Ethernet for AI revenue, which includes our Spectrum X end-to-end Ethernet platform, doubled sequentially with hundreds of customers adopting our Ethernet offerings. Spectrum X has broad market support from OEM and ODM partners and is being adopted by CSPs, GPU cloud providers, and enterprise, including xAI, to connect the largest GPU compute cluster in the world. Spectrum X supercharges Ethernet for AI processing and delivers 1.6x the performance of traditional Ethernet. We plan to launch new Spectrum X products every year to support demand for scaling compute clusters from tens of thousands of GPUs today to millions of GPUs in the near future. Spectrum X is well on track to begin a multi-billion-dollar product line within a year. Our sovereign AI opportunities continue to expand as countries recognize AI expertise and infrastructure at national imperatives for their society and industries. Japan's National Institute of Advanced Industrial Science and Technology is building its AI Bridging Cloud Infrastructure 3.0 supercomputer with NVIDIA. We believe sovereign AI revenue will reach low double-digit billions this year. The enterprise AI wave has started. Enterprises also drove sequential revenue growth in the quarter. We are working with most of the Fortune 100 companies on AI initiatives across industries, and a range of applications are fueling our growth, including AI-powered chatbots, generative AI copilots, and agents to build new monetizable business applications and enhance employee productivity. Amdocs is using NVIDIA generative AI for their smart agent, transforming the customer experience and reducing customer service costs by 30%. ServiceNow is using NVIDIA for its Now Assist offering, the fastest growing new product in the company's history. SAP is using NVIDIA to build Joule copilots. Cohesity is using NVIDIA to build their generative AI agent and lower generative AI development costs. Snowflake serves over 3 billion queries a day for over 10,000 enterprise customers, is working with NVIDIA to build copilots. And lastly, Wistron is using NVIDIA AI Omniverse to reduce end-to-end cycle times for their factories by 50%. Automotive was a key growth driver for the quarter, as every automaker developing autonomous vehicle technology is using NVIDIA in their data centers. Automotive will drive multi-billion dollars in revenue across on-prem and cloud consumption, and will grow as next generation AV models require significantly more compute. Healthcare is also on its way to being a multi-billion-dollar business as AI revolutionizes medical imaging, surgical robots, patient care, electronic health record processing, and drug discovery. During the quarter, we announced a new NVIDIA AI Foundry service to supercharge generative AI for the world's enterprises with Meta's Llama 3.1 collection of models. This marks a watershed moment for enterprise AI. Companies, for the first time, can leverage the capabilities of an open source frontier level model to develop customized AI applications to encode their institutional knowledge into an AI flywheel to automate and accelerate their business. Accenture is the first to adopt the new service to build custom Llama 3.1 models for both its own use and to assist clients seeking to deploy generative AI applications. NVIDIA NIMs accelerate and simplify model deployment. Companies across healthcare, energy, financial services, retail, transportation, and telecommunications are adopting NIMs, including Aramco, Lowe's, and Uber. AT&T realized 70% cost savings and 8 times latency reduction after moving into NIMs for generative AI, call transcription, and classification. Over 150 partners are embedding NIMs across every layer of the AI ecosystem. We announced NIM Agent Blueprints, a catalog of customizable reference applications that include a full suite of software for building and deploying enterprise generative AI applications. With NIM Agent Blueprints, enterprises can refine their AI applications over time, creating a data-driven AI flywheel. The first NIM Agent Blueprints include workloads for customer service, computer-aided drug discovery, and enterprise retrieval augmented generation. Our system integrators, technology solution providers, and system builders are bringing NVIDIA NIM Agent Blueprints to enterprises. NVIDIA NIM and NIM Agent Blueprints are available through the NVIDIA AI Enterprise software platform, which has great momentum. We expect our software, SaaS, and support revenue to approach a $2 billion annual run rate exiting this year, with NVIDIA AI Enterprise notably contributing to growth. Moving to gaming and AI PCs. Gaming revenue of $2.88 billion increased 9% sequentially and 16% year on year. We saw sequential growth in console, notebook, and desktop revenue, and demand is strong and growing, and channel inventory remains healthy. Every PC with RTX is an AI PC. RTX PCs can deliver up to 1,300 AI TOPS, and there are now over 200 RTX AI laptops designed from leading PC manufacturers. With 600 AI-powered applications and games and an installed base of 100 million devices, RTX is set to revolutionize consumer experiences with generative AI. NVIDIA ACE, a suite of generative AI technologies, is available for RTX AI PCs. Mega Break is the first game to use NVIDIA ACE, including our small language model, Minitron 4B, optimized on device inference. The NVIDIA gaming ecosystem continues to grow. Recently added RTX and DLSS titles include Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, Dune Awakening, and Dragon Age, the Veilguard. The GeForce NOW library continues to expand with total catalog size of over 2,000 titles, the most content of any cloud gaming service. Moving to pro visualization. Revenue of $454 million was up 6% sequentially and 20% year on year. Demand is being driven by AI and graphic use cases, including model fine-tuning and Omniverse-related workloads. Automotive and manufacturing were among the key industry verticals driving growth this quarter. Companies are racing to digitalize workflows to drive efficiency across their operations. The world's largest electronics manufacturer, Foxconn, is using NVIDIA Omniverse to power digital twins of the physical plants that produce NVIDIA Blackwell systems. And several large global enterprises, including Mercedes-Benz, signed multi-year contracts for NVIDIA Omniverse Cloud to build industrial digital twins of factories. We announced new NVIDIA USD NIMs and connectors to open Omniverse to new industries and enable developers to incorporate generative AI copilots and agents into USD workflows, accelerating their ability to build highly accurate virtual worlds. WPP is implementing USD NIM microservices in its generative AI-enabled content creation pipeline for customers, such as the Coca-Cola Company.
All members, I will give you your benefits at the end of this. Lots to do at the end of the call.
Million,
Stand by.
Up 5% sequentially and up 37% year-on-year. Year-on-year growth was driven by the new customer ramps in self-driving platforms and increased demand for AI cockpit solutions. At the Computer Vision and Pattern Recognition Conference, NVIDIA won the Autonomous Grand Challenge in the end-to-end driving at scale category, outperforming more than 400 entries worldwide. Boston Dynamics, BYD Electronics, Figure, Intrinsic, Siemens, Skilled AI, and Teradyne Robotics are using the NVIDIA Isaac robotics platform for autonomous robot arms, humanoids, and mobile robots. Now moving to the rest of the P&L. GAAP gross margins were 75.1% and non-GAAP gross margins were 75.7%, down sequentially due to a higher mix of new products within data center and inventory provisions for low-yielding Blackwell material. Sequentially, GAAP and non-GAAP operating expenses were up 12%, primarily reflecting higher compensation-related costs. Cash flow from operations was $14.5 billion. In Q2, we utilized cash of $7.4 billion toward shareholder returns in the form of share repurchases and cash dividends, reflecting the increase in dividend per share. Our board of directors recently approved a $50 billion share repurchase authorization to add to our remaining $7.5 billion of authorization at the end of Q2. Let me turn the outlook for the third quarter. Total revenue is expected to be $32.5 billion, plus or minus 2%. Our third quarter revenue outlook incorporates continued growth of our Hopper architecture and sampling of our Blackwell products. We expect Blackwell production ramp in Q4. GAAP and non-GAAP gross margins are expected to be 74.4% and 75% respectively, plus or minus 50 basis points. As our data center mix continues to shift to new products, we expect this trend to continue into the fourth quarter of fiscal 2025. For the full year, we expect gross margins to be in the mid-70% range. GAAP and non-GAAP operating expenses are expected to be approximately $4.3 billion and $3.0 billion, respectively. Full-year operating expenses are expected to grow in the mid to upper 40% range as we work on developing our next generation of products. GAAP and non-GAAP other income and expenses are expected to be about $350 million, including gains and losses from non-affiliated investments and publicly held equity securities. GAAP and non-GAAP tax rates are expected to be 17%, plus or minus 1%, excluding any discrete items. Further financial details are included in the CFO commentary and other information available on our IR website. We are now going to open the call for questions. Operator, would you please help us and poll for questions?
Thank you. And at this time, I
have a special surprise at the end. Do we have any Oasis fans in tonight? Should we have a beer at the end of the show and do a couple of Oasis songs as they're going back on tour again? Would anybody like that? If you'd like that at the end of the show, just put Oasis in the chat and we'll have an Oasis beer party at the end.
Comes from the line
just
of
put Oasis
Vivek
in the
Arya
chat.
with Bank
Thank
of
you.
America Securities. Your line is open.
Thanks for taking my question. Jensen, you mentioned in the prepared comments that there's a change in the Blackwell GPU mask. I'm curious, are there any other incremental changes in back-end packaging or anything else? And I think related, you suggested that you could ship several $1 billion of Blackwell in Q4 despite a change in the design. Is it because all these issues will be solved by then? Just help us size what is the overall impact of any changes in Blackwell timing, what that means to your kind of revenue profile, and how are customers reacting to it?
Yeah, thanks, Vivek. The change to the mask is complete. There were no functional changes necessary. And so we're sampling functional samples of Blackwell, Grace Blackwell, in a variety of system configurations as we speak. There are something like 100 different types of Blackwell-based systems that are built that were shown at Computext. And we're enabling our ecosystem to start sampling those. The functionality of Blackwell is as it is, and we expect to start production in Q4.
And your next question comes from the line of Toshiya Hari with Goldman Sachs. Your line is open.
Hi, thank you so much for taking the question. Jensen, I had a relatively longer-term question. As you may know, there's a pretty heated debate in the market on your customers and customers' return on investment, and what that means for the sustainability of CapEx going forward. Internally at NVIDIA, like what are you guys watching? What's on your dashboard as you try to gauge customer return and how that impacts CapEx? And then a quick follow-up maybe for Colette. I think your sovereign AI number for the full year went up maybe a couple billion. What's driving the improved outlook, and how should we think about fiscal 26? Thank you.
Thanks, Toshiya. First of all, when I said ship production in Q4, I mean shipping out. I don't mean starting to ship, but I don't mean starting production, but shipping out. On the longer term question, let's take a step back. And you've heard me say that we're going through two simultaneous platform transitions at the same time. The first one is transitioning from accelerated computing from general purpose computing to accelerated computing. And the reason for that is because CPU scaling has been known to be slowing for some time. And it is slow to a crawl. And yet the amount of computing demand continues to grow quite significantly. You could maybe even estimate it to be doubling every single year. And so if we don't have a new approach, computing inflation would be driving up the cost for every company, and it would be driving up the energy consumption of data centers around the world. In fact, you're seeing that. And so the answer is accelerated computing. We know that accelerated computing, of course, speeds up applications. It also enables you to do computing at a much larger scale, for example, scientific simulations or database processing. But what that translates directly to is lower cost and lower energy consumed. And in fact, this week, there's a blog that came out that talked about a whole bunch of new libraries that we offer. And that's really the core of the first platform transition, going from general purpose computing to accelerated computing. And it's not unusual to see someone save 90% of their computing cost. And the reason for that is, of course, you just sped up an application 50x. You would expect the computing cost to decline quite significantly. The second was enabled by accelerated computing because we drove down the cost of training large language models or training deep learning so incredibly
that it is now possible to have gigantic scale models, multi-trillion parameter models, and pre-train it on just about the world's knowledge corpus, and let the model go figure out how to understand human language representation and how to codify knowledge into its neural networks and how to learn reasoning. And which caused the generative AI revolution. Now, generative AI, taking a step back about why it is that we went so deeply into it, is because it's not just a feature, it's not just a capability, it's a fundamental new way of doing software. Instead of human-engineered algorithms, we now have data. We tell the AI, we tell the model, we tell the computer what are the expected answers, what are our previous observations, and then for it to figure out what the algorithm is, what's the function. It learns a universal, AI is a bit of a universal function approximator, and it learns the function. And so you could learn the function of almost anything, and anything that you have that's predictable, anything that has structure, anything that that you have previous examples of. And so now here we are with generative AI. It's a fundamental new form of computer science. It's affecting how every layer of computing is done, from CPU to GPU, from human-engineered algorithms to machine-learned algorithms, and the type of applications you could now develop and produce is fundamentally remarkable. And there are several things that are happening in generative AI. So the first thing that's happening is the frontier models are growing in quite substantial scale, and we're still all seeing the benefits of scaling. And whenever you double the size of a model, you also have to more than double the size of the data set to go train it. And so the amount of flops necessary in order to create that model goes up quadratically. And so it's not unusual, it's not unexpected to see that the next generation models could take 10, 20, 40 times more compute than last generation. So we have to continue to drive the generational performance up quite significantly so we can drive down the energy consumed and drive down the cost necessary to do it. So the first one is there are larger frontier models trained on more modalities, and surprisingly, there are more frontier model makers than last year. And so you have more on more on more. That's one of the dynamics going on in generative AI. The second is, although it's below the tip of the iceberg, what we see are ChatGPT, image generators. We see coding. We use generative AI for coding quite extensively here at NVIDIA now. We, of course, have a lot of digital designers and things like that. But those are kind of the tip of the iceberg. What's below the iceberg are the largest computing systems in the world today, which are, and you've heard me talk about this in the past, which are recommender systems moving from CPUs. It's now moving from CPUs to generative AI. So recommender systems, ad generation, custom ad generation, targeting ads at very large scale and quite hyper targeting, search, and user-generated content. These are all very large-scale applications have now evolved to generative AI. Of course, the number of generative AI startups is generating tens of billions of dollars of cloud renting opportunities for our cloud partners, and sovereign AI. Countries that are now realizing that their data is their natural and national resource, and they have to use AI, build their own AI infrastructure so that they could have their own digital intelligence. Enterprise AI, as Colette mentioned earlier, is starting, and you might have seen our announcement that the world's leading IT companies are joining us to take the NVIDIA AI Enterprise platform to the world's enterprises. The companies that we're talking to, so many of them are just so incredibly excited to drive more productivity out of their company. And then And then general robotics. The big transformation last year as we are able to now learn
right after
physical
this,
AI from watching video
an Oasis
and human
concert
demonstration
on the party
and synthetic
channel.
data generation.
Only the first 100 will be allowed in,
learning,
and then I'll hide the
systems
stream.
like Omniverse. We are now
Click the
able
link,
to
click like, leave a comment,
work with just about
make an
every
Oasis request.
robotics companies now
Only the
to
first 100
start thinking
will
about
see it, and then I'll
building,
hide the stream. Thank you.
General robotics. And so you can see that there's just so many different directions that generative AI is going. And so we're actually seeing the momentum of generative AI accelerating.
And Toshiya, to answer your question regarding sovereign AI and our goals in terms of growth, in terms of revenue, it certainly is a unique and growing opportunity, something that surfaced with generative AI and the desires of countries around the world to have their own generative AI that would be able to incorporate their own language, incorporate their own culture, incorporate their own data in that country. So more and more excitement around these models and what they can be specific for those countries. So yes, we are seeing some growth opportunity in front of us.
And your next question comes from the line of Joe Moore with Morgan Stanley. Your line is open.
Only the first 100 will see the stream, then I'll hide it. Click on the link right after this.
Talked about Blackwell anticipation
Oasis party with beers.
But it seems like Hopper demand is also really strong. I mean, you're guiding for a very strong quarter without Blackwell in October. So, how long do you see sort of coexisting strong demand for both? And can you talk about the transition to Blackwell? Do you see people intermixing clusters? Do you think most of the Blackwell activities, new clusters, just some sense of what that transition looks like?
Yeah, thanks, Joe. The demand for Hopper is really strong. And it's true. The demand for Blackwell is incredible. There's a couple of reasons for that. The first reason is if you just look at the world's cloud service providers and the amount of GPU capacity they have available, it's basically none. And the reason for that is because they're either being deployed internally for accelerating their own workloads, data processing, for example. Data processing, we hardly ever talk about it because it's mundane. It's not very cool because it doesn't generate a picture or, generate words, but almost every single company in the world processes data in the background. And NVIDIA's GPUs are the only accelerators on the planet that process and accelerate data. SQL data, Pandas data science toolkits like Pandas, and the new one, Polars. These are the most popular data processing platforms in the world. And aside from CPUs, which, as I've mentioned before, really running out of steam, NVIDIA's accelerated computing is really the only way to get boosting performance out of that. And so that's number one, is the number one use case long before generative AI came along is the migration of applications one after another to accelerated computing. The second is, of course, the rentals. They're renting capacity to model makers, they're renting it to startup companies.
First buy level was hit from Sensei. First buy level was hit.
The vast majority of their invested capital into infrastructure so that they could use an AI to help them create products. And so these companies need it now. They just simply can't afford, you just raise money, they want you to put it to use now. You have processing that you have to do. You can't do it next year. You got to do it today. And so there's a fair. That's one reason. The second reason for Hopper demand right now is because of the race to the next plateau. The first person to the next plateau gets to be, gets to introduce a revolutionary level of AI. The second person who gets there is incrementally, better or about the same. And so the ability to systematically
I got a special surprise for everybody.
Race to the
You're
next
going
plateau
to love what I say at the end.
There.
Stick
it's
to the
how
end.
You establish leadership. NVIDIA is constantly doing that, and we show that to the world in the GPUs we make and the AI factories that we make. the networking systems that we make, the SoCs we create. I mean, we want to set the pace. We want to be consistently the world's best, and that's the reason why we drive ourselves so hard. Of course, we also want to see our dreams come true, and all of the capabilities that we imagine in the future and the benefits that we can bring to society. We want to see all that come true, and so these model makers are the same. They're of course they want to be the world's best. They want to be the world's first, and although Blackwell will start shipping out in billions of dollars at the end of this year, the standing up of the capacity is still probably weeks and a month or so away. And so between now and then is a lot of generative AI market dynamic. And so everybody is just really in a hurry. It's either operational reasons that they need it. They need accelerated computing. They don't want to build any more general purpose computing infrastructure. And even Hopper, of course, H200 is state of the art. Hopper, if you have a choice between building CPU infrastructure right now for business or Hopper infrastructure for business right now, that decision is relatively clear. And so I think people
about
are
to
just
hit a new milestone, guys. Look at that, 18 to go to 34,000. Let's see if we can get there.
Established, installed infrastructure to a modern infrastructure, and Hopper is state of the art.
Oasis concert at the end with lots of beer.
And your next question comes from the line of Matt Ramsey with TD
Thank you, Nathan,
Cowen.
in the
Your
chat.
line
I
is
saw that you're coming along to the party. Cheers, mate.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody.
I'll have you on the show in a minute.
Jensen, I wanted to kind of circle back to an earlier question about the debate that investors are having about, I don't know, the ROI on all of this CapEx. And hopefully this question and the distinction will make some sense. But what I'm having discussions about is with like the percentage of folks that you see that are spending all of this money and looking to sort of push the frontier towards AGI convergence and, as you just said, a new plateau in capability, and they're going to spend regardless to get to that level of capability because it opens up so many doors for the industry and for their company, versus customers that are really, really focused today on CapEx versus ROI. I don't know if that distinction makes sense. I'm just trying to get a sense of how you're seeing the priorities of people that are putting the dollars in the ground on this new technology and what their priorities are and their time frames are for that investment. Thanks.
Thanks, Matt. The people who are investing in NVIDIA infrastructure are getting returns on it right away. It's the best ROI computing infrastructure investment you can make today. And so one way to think through it, probably the easiest way to think through it is just go back to first principles. You have $1 trillion worth of general purpose computing infrastructure, and the question is, do you want to build more of that or not? And for every $1 billion worth of general purpose CPU-based infrastructure that you stand up, you probably rent it for less than $1 billion. And so, because it's commoditized, there's already $1 trillion on the ground. What's the point of getting more? And so the people who are clamoring to get this infrastructure, one, when they build out Hopper-based infrastructure and soon Blackwell-based infrastructure, they start saving money. That's tremendous return on investment. And the reason why they start saving money is because data processing saves money. Data processing is probably just a giant part of it already. And so recommender systems save money, so on and so forth. Okay? And so you start saving money. The second thing is everything you stand up are going to get rented because so many companies are being founded to create generative AI. And so your capacity gets rented right away. And the return on investment of that is really good. And then the third reason is your own business. You want to either create the next frontier yourself or your own internet services benefit from a next generation ad system or a next generation recommender system or a next generation search system. So for your own services, for your own stores, for your own user generated content, social media platforms, for your own services. Generative AI is also a fast ROI. And so there's a lot of ways you could think through it, but at the core, it's because it is the best computing infrastructure you could put in the ground today. The world of general purpose computing is shifting to accelerated computing. The world of human engineered software is moving to generative AI.
Let's get the music studio ready for some beers and Oasis. Only the first 100 will get a ticket to get in, and then we'll hide the stream.
Your cloud and your data centers, build it with accelerated computing NVIDIA. That's the best way to do it.
And your next question comes from the line of Timothy Arcuri with UBS. Your line is open.
Thanks a lot. I had a question on the shape of the revenue growth, both near and longer term. I know, Colette, you did increase OpEx for the year, and if I look at the increase in your purchase commitments and your supply obligations, that's also quite bullish. On the other hand, there's some school of thought that not that many customers really seem ready for liquid cooling, and I do recognize that some of these racks can be air cooled, but Jensen, is that something to consider sort of on the shape of how Blackwell is going to ramp? And then I guess when you look beyond, next year, which is obviously going to be a great year, and you look into 26, do you worry about any other, gating factors like, say, the power supply chain, or at some point models start to get smaller? I'm just wondering if you can speak to that. Thanks.
I'm going to work backwards. I really appreciate the question, Tim. So remember, the world is moving from general purpose computing to accelerated computing. And the world builds about $1 trillion worth of data centers. $1 trillion worth of data centers in a few years will be all accelerated computing. In the past, no GPUs are in data centers, just CPUs. In the future, every single data center will have GPUs. And the reason for that is very clear, because we need to accelerate workloads so that we can continue to be sustainable, continue to drive down the cost of computing, so that when we do more computing, we don't experience computing inflation. Second, we need GPUs for a new computing model called generative AI that we can all acknowledge is going to be quite transformative to the future of computing. And so I think working backwards, the way to think about that is the next $1 trillion of the world's infrastructure will clearly be different than the last trillion, and it'll be vastly accelerated. With respect to the shape of our ramp, we offer multiple configurations of Blackwell. Blackwell comes in either a Blackwell Classic, if you will, that uses the HGX form factor that we pioneered with Volta, and I think it was Volta. And so we've been shipping the HGX form factor for some time. It is air cooled. The Grace Blackwell is liquid cooled. However, the number of data centers that want to go liquid cooled is quite significant. And the reason for that is because we can, in a liquid cooled data center, in any data center, power limited data center, whatever size data center you choose, you could install and deploy anywhere from 3 to 5 times the AI throughput compared to the past. And so liquid cooling is cheaper. Liquid cooling, our TCO is better, and liquid cooling allows you to have the benefit of this capability we call NVLink, which allows us to expand it to 72 Grace Blackwell packages, which has essentially 144 GPUs. And so imagine 144 GPUs connected in NVLink, and that we're increasingly showing you the benefits of that. And the next click is obviously very low latency, very high throughput, large language model inference. And the large NVLink domain is going to be a game changer for that. And so I think people are very comfortable deploying both. And so almost every CSP we're working with are deploying some of both. And so I'm pretty confident that we'll ramp it up just fine. Your second question out of the third.
Extra channel shutting down now, going to the music studio.
We expect to grow our data center business quite significantly next year. Blackwell is going to be a complete game changer for the industry, and Blackwell is going to carry into the following year. And as I mentioned earlier, working backwards from first principles, remember that computing is going through two platform transitions at the same time, and that's just really, really important to keep your head on, your mind focused on, which is general purpose computing is shifting to accelerated computing, and human engineered software is going to transition to generative AI or artificial intelligence learned software. Okay.
And your next question comes from the line of Stacy Raskin with Bernstein Research. Your line is open.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my questions. I have two short questions for Colette. The first, several $1 billion of Blackwell revenue in Q4. Is that additive? You said you expected Hopper demand to strengthen in the second half. Does that mean Hopper strengthens Q3 to Q4 as well, on top of Blackwell adding several $1 billion? And the second question on gross margins, if I have mid-70s for the year, depending where I want to draw that, if I have 75 for the year, I'd be something like 71 to 72 for Q4, somewhere in that range. Is that the kind of exit rate for gross margins that you're expecting? And how should we think about the drivers of gross margin evolution into next year as Blackwell ramps? And I mean, hopefully, I guess the yields and the inventory reserves and everything come up.
Yes, so Stacy, let's first take your question that you had about Hopper and Blackwell. So we believe our Hopper will continue to grow into the second half. We have many new products for Hopper, our existing products for Hopper, that we believe will start continuing to ramp in the next quarters, including our Q3 and those new products moving to Q4. So let's say Hopper therefore versus H1 is a growth opportunity for that. Additionally, we have the Blackwell on top of that, and the Blackwell starting of ramping in Q4. So hope that helps you on those two pieces. Your second piece is in terms of on our gross margin. We provided gross margin for our Q3. We provided our gross margin on a non-GAAP at about 75. We'll work with all the different transitions that we're going through, but we do believe we can do that 75 in Q3. We provided that we're still on track for the
market
full year.
Is still
also
open. It's open 24 hours a day, 5 days a week. I'll give you access to that if you need it in a few moments.
Slight difference possibly in Q4, again with our transitions and the different cost structures that we have on our new product introductions. However, I'm not in the same number that you are there. We don't have exactly guidance, but I do believe you're lower than where we are.
And your next question comes from the line of Ben Reitzes with Melius. Your line is open.
Yeah, hey, thanks a lot for the question, Jensen and Colette. I wanted to ask about the geographies. There was the 10Q that came out, and the United States was down sequentially, while several Asian geographies were up a lot sequentially. Just wondering what the dynamics are there. And obviously China did very well. You mentioned it in your remarks. What are the puts and takes? And then I just wanted to clarify from Stacy's question if that means the sequential overall revenue growth rates for the company accelerate in the fourth quarter, given all those favorable revenue dynamics. Thanks.
Let me talk about a bit in terms of our disclosure in terms of the 10Q, a required disclosure in a choice of geographies. Very challenging sometimes to create that right disclosure, as we have to come up with one key piece. Pieces in terms of in terms of who we sell to and or specifically who we invoice to. And so what you're seeing in terms of there is who we invoice. That's not necessarily where the product will eventually be and where it may even travel to the end customer. These are just moving to our OEMs, our ODMs, and our system integrators for the most part across our product portfolio. So what you're seeing there is sometimes just a swift shift in terms of who they are using to complete their full configuration before those things are going into the data center, going into notebooks and those pieces of it. And that shift happens from time to time. But yes, our China number there, our invoicing to China, keep in mind that is incorporating both gaming, also data center, also automotive in those numbers that we have. Going back to your statement regarding gross margin, and also what we're seeing in terms of what we're looking at for Hopper and Blackwell in terms of revenue. Hopper will continue to grow in the second half. Will continue to grow from what we are currently seeing. During determining that exact mix in each Q3 and Q4, we don't have here. We are not here to guide yet in terms of Q4. But we do see right now the demand expectations. We do see the visibility that will be a growth opportunity in Q4. On top of that, we will have our Blackwell architecture.
Apologies for audio. It's not my end. They've got a bad
Your line is open.
A bad phone line.
Good
Apologies for
afternoon.
that.
Thank you for taking the question. You've embarked on a remarkable annual product cadence with challenges only likely becoming more and more given rising complexity and a reticle limit advanced package world. So curious, if you take a step back, how does this backdrop alter your thinking around potentially greater vertical integration, supply chain partnerships, and then thinking through consequential impact to your margin profile? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Let's see. I think the answer to your first question is that the reason why our velocity is so high is simultaneously because the complexity of the model is growing, and we want to continue to drive its cost down. It's growing, so we want to continue to increase its scale. And we believe that by continuing to scale the AI models, that will reach a level of extraordinary usefulness, and that it would open up, realize the next industrial revolution. We believe it, and so we're going to drive ourselves really hard to continue to go up that scale. We have the ability, fairly uniquely, to integrate, to design an AI factory because we have all the parts. It's not possible to come up with a new AI factory every year unless you have all the parts. And so we have next year, we're going to ship a lot more CPUs than we've ever had in the history of our company. More GPUs, of course, but also NVLink switches, CX DPUs, ConnectX CPU for East and West, Bluefield DPUs for North and South, and data and storage processing, to InfiniBand for supercomputing centers, to Ethernet, which is a brand new product for us, which is well on its way to becoming a multi-billion-dollar business, to bring AI to Ethernet. And so the fact that we could build, we have access to all of this. We have one architectural stack, as you know. It allows us to introduce new capabilities to the market, as we complete it. Otherwise, what happens is you ship these parts, you go find customers to sell it to, and then somebody's got to build up an AI factory. And the AI factory's got a mountain of software. And so it's not about who integrates it. We love the fact that our supply chain is disintegrated in the sense that we could service
the beer is ready.
Quanta, Foxconn,
Oasis is in the house.
Dell, Lenovo.
First 100 only. Get a ticket.
We used to be able to service ZT. They were recently purchased, and so on and so forth. And so the number of ecosystem partners that we have, Gigabyte, ASUS, the number of ecosystem partners that we have, that allows them to take our architecture, which all works, but integrated in a bespoke way into all of the world's cloud service providers, enterprise data centers. The scale and reach necessary from our ODMs and our integrator supply chain is vast and gigantic because the world is huge. And so that part we don't want to do, and we're not good at doing. But we know how to design the AI infrastructure, provide it the way that customers would like it, and lets the ecosystem integrate it. So anyways, that's the reason why.
And your final question comes from the line of Aaron Rakers with Wells Fargo. Your line is open.
Yes, thanks for taking the question. I wanted to go back into the Blackwell product cycle. One of the questions that we tend to get asked is how you see the rack scale system mix dynamic as you think about leveraging NVLink, you think about NVL72, and how that go-to-market, dynamic looks, as far as the Blackwell product cycle. I guess, put distinctly, how do you see that mix of rack scale systems as we start to think about the Blackwell cycle playing out?
Yeah, Aaron, thanks. The Blackwell rack system, it's designed and architected as a rack, but it's sold in disaggregated system components. We don't sell the whole rack. And the reason for that is because everybody's rack's a little different, surprisingly. Some of them are OCP standards, some of them are not, some of them are enterprise. And the power limits for everybody could be a little different. Choice of CDUs, the choice of power bus bars, the configuration and integration into people's data centers, all different. And so the way we designed it, we architected the whole rack. The software is going to work perfectly across the whole rack. And then we provide the system components. Like, for example, the CPU and GPU compute board is then integrated into an MGX. It's a modular system architecture. MGX is completely ingenious. And we have MGX ODMs and integrators and OEMs all over the planet. And so just about, any configuration you would like, where you would like that 3,000-pound rack to be delivered, it's got to be close to, it has to be integrated and assembled close to the data center because it's fairly heavy. And so everything from the supply chain, from the moment that we ship the GPU, CPUs, the switches, the NICs, from that point forward, the integration is done quite close to the location of the CSPs and the locations of the data centers. And so you can imagine how many data centers in the world there are and how many logistics hubs we've scaled out to with our ODM partners. And so I think that because we show it as one rack and because it's always rendered that way and shown that way, we might have left the impression that we're doing the integration. Our customers hate that we do integration. The supply chain hates us doing integration. They want to do the integration. That's their value added. There's a final design in, if you will. It's not quite as simple as shimmy into a data center, but that design fit in is really complicated. And so the design fit in, the installation, the bring up, the repair and replace, that entire cycle is done all over the world. And we have a sprawling network of ODM and OEM partners that does this incredibly well. So integration is not the reason why we're doing racks. It's the anti-reason of doing it. The way we don't want to be an integrator. We want to be a technology provider.
And I will now turn the call back over to Jen Hsun Huang for closing remarks.
Thank you. Let me make a couple of comments that I made earlier again. That data center worldwide are in full steam to modernize the entire computing stack with accelerated computing and generative AI. Hopper demand remains strong and the anticipation for Blackwell is incredible. Let me highlight the top 5 things. The top 5 things of our company. Accelerated computing has reached a tipping point. CPU scaling slows. Developers must accelerate everything possible. Accelerated computing starts with CUDA-X libraries. New libraries open new markets for NVIDIA. We released many new libraries including CUDA-accelerated Polars, Pandas, and Spark, the leading data science and data processing libraries, cuVS for vector databases. This is incredibly hot right now. Ariel and Chiona for 5G wireless base station, a whole world of data centers that we can go into now. Parabricks for gene sequencing, and AlphaFold 2 for protein structure prediction is now CUDA accelerated. We are at the beginning of our journey to modernize $1 trillion worth of data centers from general purpose computing to accelerated computing. That's number one. Number two, Blackwell is a step function leap over Hopper. Blackwell is an AI infrastructure platform, not just a GPU. Also happens to be the name of our GPU, but it's an AI infrastructure platform. As we reveal more of Blackwell and sample systems to our partners and customers, the extent of Blackwell's leap becomes clear. The Blackwell vision took nearly 5 years and 7 one-of-a-kind chips to realize. The Gray CPU, the Blackwell dual GPU in a CoWoS package, ConnectX DPU for east-west traffic, Bluefield DPU for north-south and storage traffic, NVLink switch for all-to-all GPU communications, and Quantum and Spectrum X for both InfiniBand and Ethernet can support the massive burst traffic of AI. Blackwell AI factories are building-sized computers. NVIDIA designed and optimized the Blackwell platform full stack, end-to-end, from chips, systems, networking, even structured cables, power and cooling, and mountains of software to make it fast for customers to build AI factories. These are very capital-intensive infrastructures. Customers want to deploy it as soon as they get their hands on the equipment and deliver the best performance and TCO. Blackwell provides 3 to 5 times more AI throughput in a power-limited data center than Hopper. The third is NVLink. This is a very big deal. With its all-to-all GPU switch is game-changing. The Blackwell system lets us connect 144 GPUs in 72 GB200 packages into one NVLink domain, with an aggregate NVLink bandwidth of 259 terabytes per second in one rack. Just put that in perspective, that's about 10 times higher than Hopper. 259 terabytes per second kind of makes sense because you need to boost the training of multi-trillion parameter models on trillions of tokens. And so that natural amount of data needs to be moved around from GPU to GPU. For inference, NVLink is vital for low latency, high throughput, large language model token generation. We now have 3 networking platforms: NVLink for GPU scale up, Quantum InfiniBand for supercomputing and dedicated AI factories, and Spectrum X for AI on Ethernet. NVIDIA's networking footprint is much bigger than before. Generative AI momentum is accelerating. Generative AI frontier model makers are racing to scale to the next AI plateau to increase model safety and IQ. We're also scaling to understand more modalities, from text, images, and video to 3D, physics, chemistry, and biology. Chatbots, coding AIs, and image generators are growing fast, but it's just the tip of the iceberg. Internet services are deploying generative AI for large-scale recommenders, ad targeting, and search systems. AI startups are consuming tens of billions of dollars yearly of CSP's cloud capacity, and countries are recognizing the importance of AI and investing in sovereign AI infrastructure.
Stand by, guys.
NVIDIA AI and
Lots
NVIDIA
to do at the
Omniverse
end.
is opening up the next era of AI, general robotics. And now the enterprise AI wave has started, and we're poised to help companies transform their businesses. The NVIDIA AI Enterprise platform consists of NeMo, NIMs, NIM agent blueprints, and AI Foundry.
Live phone in
that our
plus special
ecosystem
event.
partners, the world-leading IT
Charts,
companies,
stand by,
use to help companies customize AI models and build bespoke AI applications. Enterprises can then deploy on NVIDIA AI Enterprise runtime And at $4,500 per GPU per year, NVIDIA AI Enterprise is an exceptional value for deploying AI anywhere. And for NVIDIA's software TAM can be significant as the CUDA-compatible GPU installed base grows from millions to tens of millions. And as Colette mentioned, NVIDIA software will exit the year at a $2 billion run rate. Thank you all for joining us today.
And ladies and
There you go. Right. Okay. It's there's a lot to do now. So stand by. Don't just leave me just yet. I've got some good stuff. You're going to love this. So first of all, if you've not tapped the like button, please do. This presentation will be turned into a video later with improved audio and visuals because obviously the sound isn't always perfect from the phone calls that come in. I will improve that and put that out later. Please consider subscribing. Now, I did ask, and we're going to go back to the phone lines right now. You can all call in. So just before we bring you back on the call, there's a couple of things that I want to do. First of all, if you are a member of this channel, and this is how you become a member, there's a little link here on the homepage. If you are on an iOS device, you need to be on a mobile. If you are on an iPhone or an iPad, you need to just turn on desktop version of your browser and you will find the link. The studio behind me is getting ready for a special Oasis concert that's about to happen. Stand by for that information. But if you are a member, there's the membership link. I've just given it to you. Here's my X for my trades before I make them and all the correspondence I get from CEOs and all my connections online. But here is the special event on Sunday. Now, earlier on today, you had Sensei call into the show. He does a show every Sunday, 3 p.m. Central, which is 9 p.m. UK time on Sunday night here on this channel. Here is the link. You might want to bookmark this and get this ready for Sunday. If you are a member, he will give you all the charts for any stock that you want, crypto, stocks, whatever. This is the event happening here. It's in 3 days' time, 3 p.m. Central. You can see there. You can already wait. You can already put your request in. Tap a like button so you've saved it. Put your name down here. You can see members are already coming in, booking up their request for Sunday. Sensei will provide you a free chart analysis. He provides free training. We don't charge for any of our training whatsoever. We also provide scalp trading as well. If you want to learn how to scalp trade from Ed Nevius, that's on our Discord server. Again, it's free for all of our members. We don't charge for any training at all. Ed has learned to scalp trade properly. He's paid to learn, and then he provides that knowledge to you for free. So if you want Discord, now if you do go to Discord, it does take 10 minutes to set it up. However, because of security, you won't see anything unless you are a YouTube member. Now, if you are a YouTube member, you need to be in a live show. I'm live every day up to 12 hours a day. Give me your username in a live chat, and I will upgrade you manually so you can see all the channels and you can speak to Ed and you can speak to Sensei, get all the training for free. However, if you don't want to be a YouTube member, you can just be a subscriber on Discord and you can get the same service, okay, as a premium customer. Thank you, Jenny B.
Jenny B has become a member.
Thank you very much, Jenny B. That was a bit quiet. Let me just turn that up a bit. I don't quite know why that was so quiet, but there you go. A little bit quiet there. Let me just make sure that's turned up. Yeah, no idea why that was so quiet. Jenny B, thank you very much. So that's all the information you need for Sensei and all the information you need for Discord. But what we're going to do now is just before we do our last phone in, we're going to give all our members the chance to call in again. As you know, Oasis are going back on tour. You may not know I'm the world piano man. When Wings tour the US, I play as Paul McCartney. Paul doesn't want to do it in the US. I've toured all over the world. I've done my Vegas show, my West End show. And what we're going to do now, in my studio behind me, I'm going to do, I've got my beer ready. I'm going to do a couple of Oasis songs for you live in the studio. You can be on the screen with me, singing and dancing with me, and you can get to keep the video. So you can download the video, get to keep it. You'll be on the screen with me. So you've got the opportunity to do that now. And I'll tell you what, folks, we have never had this many people in our live stream that are watching our show right now. If you all come over and join me, it's going to be a very, very very special evening. And you can be on the screen all around me singing and dancing, and you can get to clip the video and own it for yourself. So you want to be singing Oasis with me on the screen, you can get to keep it. It's about to happen right now. Now, what we're going to do is, if it gets too busy, over 100, I'm going to hide the stream so no one else will find it. So here is the link. It's pinned to the top just before we do our live phone in. There you go. I'll give it you 3 times in the chat. There it is. We've already got 38. When we get to 100, I'm going to try and shut this down so no one else can find it. 38. There's the likes, 42. People are already in requesting Oasis songs, okay? We're going to have some fun with this. It's going to be a really, really good fun. But before we do that, we're going to give you one last chance to be in. When we go to the studio, that's how it will look. I will be back over there at the studio and you'll all be around me. So if you want to be on the show, it's the first 10 people that want to be in the stream with me. I'm going to give you the link now. Once it's gone, it's gone. Once the 10 are gone, they're gone. You can't call in. You won't be able to be on the stream. You won't be able to download and the song, the channel, the video, and be on it. We're going to do Oasis. You can be with me live on the show. So here's the link. You have to be a member. You have to be a member. Here is the link. First 10, that's it. No more can get in. There is the link. 3 times. Here is the password. LucasAids100. All my members, jump in now, quick. It's the first 10. One of the 10 spots are gone. There you go. There's the phone in. There is the password. First 5, jump in. And that's it. Sorry, the first 10, jump in. Once it's gone, it has gone. You won't be able to get in. So we're just going to wait for you to get in, and then we're going to go over to the studio. So click on the link right now. You don't need any equipment. Just be on a browser. You need to be on camera, and we're about to do it. Okay, so you've got literally a minute or so to jump on in. We've got 10 spots. I'm 100% certain these 10 spots will go in the next couple of minutes. Just waiting for our members to click on it, phone in, and all the rest of it. All right? Okay. Now then, while I'm waiting for that to happen, if you do go on to Discord, I've given you all the link, right? I've given you all the links. This is Discord. I see I've already got friend requests coming in. I can't accept your friend request unless you are a YouTube member. If you are a YouTube member, just give me your name in the chat and your username, and I'll upgrade you, okay? I don't know who Eduardo is, Bust. I don't know who Noi is. You need to be a member on YouTube so I can do that. Okay. Oh, someone just asked me, Grippy, am I going to talk about the earnings results or just talk about Oasis? I've already told you, I'm an investor, not a trader. I am very, very happy before the earnings, and I'm equally happy after the earnings. That's why I've just given you all the links for Sensei on Sunday. So if you want the chart positions, then Sensei is your man. I've said to you, it'll go 130 on earnings. I've got no doubt about it. It'll be up tomorrow. I'm all in on margin. Look, here's my real position. There you go. I am down tonight, look, nearly 2.5%. Am I bothered? Absolutely not. There's my position, 110,000. I started with 5,000. I've never shorted a stock. I'm now at 110. I'll be 120 by the end of next week. I'm not concerned at all. The earnings was absolutely fine. If you don't like my stream, then I'm sorry, but there it is. That's it. I've got to focus on my members. All right? Okay, SS has just called in. I can't let you in unless I know you are a member. So if you are a member of the channel, I will let you into the call. Just put in the chat, SS, that is you, and I can let you in. Oh, here we go. I'm on Discord, Noi. Okay, Noi, I see you on Discord. What is your username? I need your username on Discord. I can see you in the chat. Give me your username, and I'll upgrade you right now, Noi. Let me read some of these comments. I think I'm going to go members only now because we're starting to get a few trolls and a few people are being silly. So I want to go to members only right now. Let me switch over. We don't want to waste time talking to trolls and idiots. Let's be fair. Let's go over to members only right now. Okay. That way we can focus on all of our members. So Noi, East Noi, that's your username, east.noi. Okay, east.noi. I can see you in the chat. Let me go to Discord right now. Let me share it on the screen. Here we go. East.Noi. There you are. That is you. So now I can accept your friend request because you are a member on YouTube. So let me accept that. East.Noi. Let me go into members and search for you, and hopefully you're on the channel. There you are. I can now give you a role of YouTube member. You can now see all the channels. You can talk to Ed Nevius. Ed Nevius is down the bottom here. This is Ed Nevius for all your scalp trading. Sensei Crypto for all your charts. They provide it all for free. You can be a researcher, send stuff into links for YouTube. But you are all done. All I need to do now is give you a nickname the same as it was on YouTube so everybody knows who you are. And that is Noi. Can you see me doing it? There you go. You are now all upgraded. You get all the services. You can see everything. Okay. Let's have a look. I've got another friend request. I can't accept Eduardo Bust because I don't know who that is, of course, until you come into the YouTube chat and tell me. Let me refresh the screen. Lots of new members, but I don't know who you are until you give me your name. So let me come back over to the chat. We've got just 15 minutes before we start the concert. Here comes the stop back up again. So let me go. East Noi, finally, thank you. Skittles, thanks, Martin. You're very welcome. Shabua, hello, Martin. Could you also give me access to Discord? My username is Shabu. Yes, let me have a look. I'll do it right now. Shabu. We're now in members only mode, so we can focus on our members, not trolls and stuff like that. Let me go over to members here. Search for you. Shabu. There you are. I found you. So I know you're a member. And I can now give you the free trading, the scalp trading, and the crypto trading. Shabu. There you are. Your name is Shabua M. So let me just give you a nickname. The same as it's on YouTube. So here we go. It's SHIBUAM. Okay, there's your nickname so we all know who you are. I'm now going to give you, I can accept a friend request. Now, you might get friend requests from people pretending to be me. I never send friend requests. I never send messages. Please do not accept it. You must send me a friend request and I will accept it. Please spell my name correctly. The trolls spell it wrong. All right, my name is spelled Martynlucas. Member, there you go. Shabua, you are now done. If you send me a friend request, I will accept it. All right. Sam, I see a friend request from you. Sam, I don't know who you are. And Eduardo, I don't know who you are. I cannot accept it. Okay, back to members. Let me just clear that one. Have I got any more members? Sam SB. Is that you, Sam SB? Sam SB, is that you? That you said your username is Sam. I doubt if it is. No, your username is not Sam. What? Tell me your username in the chat. I don't want to tell you what it is. I need you, Sam, to give me your Discord username in the chat, and then I'll upgrade you. Let me go through. Who else have I got? Great stream tonight, Martin. Loving the fact that you aren't concerned about. No, not at all. Not at all concerned about it. Yep, thanks. Done. Thanks for the stream tonight. I still remain bullet. Yes, so am I. Sam. Yeah, that is you. 963. Okay, Sam. I am now going to upgrade you. I see you. Here you are. Change nickname. You are Sam in the chat. Sam SB. Sam SB. There you go. I've just upgraded you. I can now, if you send me a friend request, I'll accept it. I will not send them to you. Sam, I will now give you a role. Role as member. There you go. And fantastic. You are done. Anybody else? I've got time for one more. Thank you, Martin. Appreciate the show. You're welcome. Yes, it's me. Thanks for the stream tonight. I'm still remain bullish. Yes, that is good. Okay, I think it's good. Anybody else? I'll have to do it tomorrow now. Sam, incoming friend request. I can now accept that. Accept. So it's just Eduardo. I'm sure if that's real, you'll contact me going forward. Right, we're done with Discord. That's it. Now back to the phone in. In the green room, in the live phone in, I have SS. I don't know who you are. I can't bring you in. You're not on camera. Until I know who you are in the chat, I can't bring you in. So what we're going to do now is we're going to start the Oasis party. Thank you very much. I got the beer ready. So what we're going to do, the moment I end this stream, Eduardo, hang on, here we go. Yes, it's me. Eduardo Bastama Vargos. It's me. Give me your username. I'm going to give you 30 seconds. I've really got to go. So if you give me your username in Discord, I will upgrade you. So Eduardo Bustmant Vargas, what is your username? You got 30 seconds. There we go. I've got it. Let me search for it. Add that there. Go and look in members. Search for you. And yes, 99. Yes, that is you. I can see you. I can now give you a role member. I can now give you change the nickname and EDUARDOBUSTAMANTE. Varga. We do this so everyone knows who you are. And if you send me a friend request, I'll accept it. 99. That is you. I can accept that. Right. No more now, folks. I've done everything now. I can't do any more tonight. I'll do it another day. But that's all the Discord members I can do for tonight. Martyn, can you give us a hint as what's coming up at the end of the show? Give us a hint what's coming at the end of the show. What do you mean? We're going over now to the studio. We're going to have a party. Everything's great. Tomorrow morning we'll be live on the opening bell. We'll be trading trading live NVIDIA at 7:30 Central in the morning, an hour before the opening bell, and I'll be live all day. We've got more earnings coming up. Of course, we've got Sensei on Sunday. We'll do the charts for next week, but I'll be back with you live. Right. That's it. Absolutely. I'm very happy with this. It's just weak hands have sold it, and that's fine. I have not got no problem with that. Okay, so here we go. Here's the link. We're going to go over now to our party. You've all got the link for Sensei on Sunday. I see many of you have already booked your spot there. Here it is. Here's the link one more time. If you don't do anything, it'll take you automatically there. But we're now going to have a rock and roll party. The beers are ready. Here comes the smoke. Let's turn the lights round. We're about to go live in the studio. Do this. And there we go. Turn this round. Right, the studio is set. The lights are on. And we're going to send you now over to the studio for some Oasis. And everybody can be on the screen dancing around me as well. If you want to be in the show, singing along Oasis, you can all be in these spots. It's the first 10 to phone in. If you saw our party the other day, our Zoom party, it was absolutely nuts. People were phoning in, singing, dancing, going absolutely berserk. And it's only going to be a short party. I've only got a couple of beers, so I'm going to be drinking through those quite quick. But join me right now. That's it from me. The party's about to start, and I'll say goodbye to you. Thank you very much indeed. What a wonderful day. What we wanted to hear from NVIDIA was great. I'm very, very happy. And now it's time to celebrate, have some fun. Expect the stock to rise. I am very, very happy. It's 5:30 in the morning for Skittles in Vietnam, but he's still with us. He's been up all night. Okay, as I end the stream, it'll take you directly to the party. See you right there in the next 30 seconds. It's about to start, and we're going to have some fun. Are you ready? All right, join me now. Ta-ra for now. Bye-bye.